thinking on how many they go to and how quickly they get them, but it was brilliant stuff from them yesterday. As in and out as Hampshire's bowling was, and you spoke to the coach after the game, Kevin, he said that without you having to mention it, really. They bowl well in patches, and other patches, well, they didn't find the right patches too often, as he made out. But Kieran Carlson, and particularly Zainul Hassan, had the pleasure of talking to him afterwards, and he was thoroughly delighted with his maiden 10, as you would be.
What was he saying to you?
He was saying that it had been a long time coming, but he had stuck at it. Actually made the point that when he trialled, he was trialling as a bowler, and he quite enjoyed opening. And he mentioned Jonathan Trott as well being an influence. And I was with Michael Carberry yesterday, who said, "Oh, look down there, there's Trotty." So whether he's had anything to do with him today, or in the last couple of days, who knows? But certainly Zainul Hassan. You know, we all talked about Asa Tribe a lot yesterday. He's probably thinking 45 I missed out. But Zainul Hassan paced his innings really well. Didn't look in too many problems, other than maybe in the 90s, where the nervous 90s kicked in, and he admitted that, and he was grateful for having the captain Kieran Carlson to talk him through that time. I've never been in that situation, but I'm sure even we here were palms were sweaty as he got there, but he did get there in the end, and we shall see now how they approach today. The one thing you know with Kieran Carlson is that he will make the scoreboard tick along if at all possible. That's the way he plays his cricket.
Yeah, 190 balls for his 158 not out so far, and Al Hassan, who batted the full day, 317 balls for his 131. The two umpires, Ben Debenham and Mike Newell, leading the Hampshire team out onto the middle. Just a reminder that the wicket here is cut well to the left, so to the east side of the ground. There's a 50-yard boundary, which is the absolute bare minimum for first-class cricket. Is on the left-hand side towards the tunnel, and a much larger boundary away to our right. Yes, the sunshine is out, which is good news. There is rain forecast for a little later on today, which I think, if I'm really honest, Hampshire might not mind in the situation that they find themselves. Glamorgan in a commanding position after a wonderful first day for the Welsh side. And yeah, how much more can these two put on? Because they're not far away from a all-time record, is that right?
No, the all-time record for the second wicket is 328. So by my calculations, they need another 54 more runs. Their partnership at the moment is 274. So I needed a calculator to work that out. I mean, I failed O-level maths twice. So...
If only AI was around.
Only when it comes to my expenses does that come in handy.
Yes. Right, so it's inevitably going to be Kyle Abbott to get things underway. We'll keep an eye open as well for other things that are going on today. Most notably, Hampshire women are in action in the Metrobank One Day Cup. They're up at Old Trafford. They're taking on Lancashire. They are 26 for 1 in the 8th over. Maya Boucher is the one wicket to go. Ella McCacken and Abby Norgrove are in the middle. The Morgan women don't get underway until Monday in their Tier 2 competition there at Derbyshire, so we'll perhaps keep an eye on that this coming Monday. Right, here's Kyle Abbott around the wicket, bowling to Al Hassan, and immediately he's off the mark as he clips that away to square leg, and Glamorgan move on to 354 for 1. It's old play. Sorry, Rob, you were going to say something?
No, go on.
It's Old Players' Day today here at the Utilita Bowl. So I was just thinking, if you happen to spot some old players and you're on the ground, because I know you're listening to us on the in-ground commentary, you can get in touch with us, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and say, I've just spotted X or I've just spotted Y. Let us know. Be interested in that. I know some are coming, but I don't know them all. Here's Abbott. He's over the wicket to Carlson, and that's a good half stop at point, but they'll still come through for 1. They'll come after 2. Tom Preston's got a lot of work to do down at third man. And 2 runs it is, 356 for 1.
And that probably sums up Carlson's approach. It looked to be a 1, didn't it? But he is rapid between the wickets and has this general approach, a bustling, sort of aggressive approach in the way he plays, both running and batting.
He's very strong, wasn't he? And some of his shots that he played yesterday, driving on the up there, quick single up to mid-off. Total on to 357 for 1. Already 4 runs scored off the first 3 deliveries.
Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk, where you can get in touch as well. I've seen plenty of Glamorgan fans in my hotel. I'm on at Rob Phillips here on X, and robphillipshere.bsky.social on Blue Sky, and Rob Phillips here on Threads.
God, is there anything you're not on? Here's Abbott. Hassan pushes forward up to mid-on. Seems easier not to get in touch with you.
Well, yeah, yeah, you can't avoid me basically. But no, really interesting. And one of the joys of doing cricket commentary is that there is this interaction that the fans contact you as in real time, as they say.
Yeah.
We had some lovely comments yesterday. I'll go through a few later.
So 357 for 1 as Hassan faces Abbott outside the off stump, left alone. Yes, so interesting. So that interview that you did with Hassan, that can be found at?
It's on the BBC Sport website, and sorry, on their X feed, BBC Sport Wales. So, and I've retweeted it as well, or reposted. No, you're not supposed to say. No, it's not Twitter.
No.
I think Nick Webb has done it as well. The who normally has this role. So yeah, you can't avoid that either.
Abbott in from the pavilion end. Hassan, I think he's playing at that one outside the off stump. Good delivery to finish off the over. 3 dot balls to complete that Abbott 22nd over at the end of it. 1 for 68. Yes, and the interview with Russell Domingo, and you mentioned it earlier, it was good because it's not easy doing interviews like that when a side has had a day like that. Domingo, basically the headline of that interview was that he felt that it was the toughest day he's ever had as a head coach in a domestic 4-day game. That would include here and of course back in South Africa. That interview in full is on the Hampshire Cricket website. There's also a clip of that on the @Solent Sport X feed. So
I thought he was refreshingly honest, and almost sort of anticipated your questions and gave you the answers before you'd had the chance to ask, which is quite disarming on times, but no, really honest.
Well, you know what it's like, Rob, isn't it? Sometimes it's hard, and you don't want to go too far over the top because ultimately it's only one day, and of course the second day can change. But when a coach offers you those answers, it makes your job easier.
Absolutely. Cody Youssef from this end then into Carlson, trying to flick it around the corner, but didn't get anything on it. Taken by Ben Brown behind the stumps. Yeah, and you can't pull the wool over people's eyes anyway. You can have a sort of different interpretation on things, but he was brutally honest and spot on, and nobody is going to quibble about that. As Cody Youssef in again, and Carlson does get away on the leg side through square leg down to the fielder, just in from the boundary. Takes one more. Glamorgan move to 358 for 1. Kieran Carlson on 162. And Zainul Hassan, the left-hander, 132. No pickings for Cody Youssef yesterday. None for 59 off his 17 overs. It was tough going. 2 slips for Ul Hassan, who lets that go by past the off stump. 2 in the covers, a mid-off, mid-on, quite short. There's a square leg, there's a fine leg, and there's a third man as well. So Hampshire will want quick wickets today, just to as Zainul Hassan lets that go through as well. A bit more bounce in that one, just to sort of well, you can't repair the damage, but just to negate the damage from yesterday to some extent. And Glamorgan, well, it's going to be interesting. put it up on X earlier. Just be interesting to see how they go today with the rain threatened, as Yusuf goes in again and Hassan plays that down just behind him. Ben Brown takes it along the floor, that one. Trevor Freeman on X says, rattle sharply along this morning, Rob, and let the two lads get their doubles. Optimistic. Then stick them in as the clouds are building, and with a bit of super swing super Timmy and big headers, we'll be all over them.
That's one of the more positive messages I've heard.
Which roughly translated means Ryan Hadley and Tim van der Gugten get to work bowling as Yusuf gets to his work, and that beats Hassan. Yeah, that seems to be the verdict. Ian Piper as well. Need quick early runs and then put Hampshire in before the rain arrives. Because the rain could bypass. It does happen on times.
Well, that's right. I mean, you can't sometimes, even though you have to be aware of it, you can't sometimes play for it, because if it doesn't come, then it looks a bit silly. But yeah, you're right. And it's ironic, isn't it, really, where, you know, Hampshire are struggling a little bit. There's no secret this year that those things do happen, isn't it? When Hampshire's turn to bat, whenever that is, so ironically, that they'll probably be under cloudy skies at the very best. Here's Abbott in the sunshine as Carlson pushes forward. Goes towards mid-off. That's always the way, isn't it, when things aren't going your way, team-wise, individually-wise, that you always appear to have the worst of the conditions.
Yeah, funny enough, I was up at Nottinghamshire when Glamorgan lost up at Trent Bridge, and afterwards the coach Richard Dawson said, look, no complaints about the defeat. They're a really good side. They're champions. They bowled like champions. But he said, we didn't get the best of the weather, do we?
Abbott bowls. Oh, he's had a huge swing. Misses outside the off stump. That's a T20 shot, if ever there was one. Carlson going for a huge heave over mid-wicket.
I think that probably tells you what their approach is going to be.
Yeah, I don't think we quite saw a shot like that yesterday.
No.
Not at any stage.
It was an extravagant loft over square leg, wasn't there?
It would have gone many a mile if he'd got hold of it.
Yeah.
Abbott again, 2 slips weight. As he's into Carlson, bouncer. Good one-handed take by Ben Brown, moving smartly to his left. So, yes, I think we've got an indication there as to the Glamorgan thinking. They have so many wickets to play with, that's the thing as well. Into the 99th over, 358, and they've still got 9 first innings wickets. It's not like they're 358 for 6.
It's a rare happening, isn't it?
But it's good. They deserve to be in the situation they're in. As Abbott comes in again and bowls to Carlson, who just swings away at that one outside the off stump and misses that one.
He had a few of these moments last night, didn't he, when he seemed to, I won't say take his eye off the ball, but he was just getting very quirky at the crease and playing. He wasn't playing up for time, was he? Just to get the stumps. He was going for it, which I'm not sure was exactly the right thing at that time.
Well, there was a little bit of extra bounce there from Kyle Abbott, hence why it went over the top edge. As Abbott comes in again, Carlson just whips that away wide of mid-on. They'll pick up a single. 359 for 1. So Carlson moves on to 163. He's added 5 to his overnight total. Hassan has added 1 so far. Still in bonus point territory as well here.
Yeah, of course.
99th over. It's up to 110, isn't it? To be honest, I don't really worry too much about that at the moment, because Hampshire's batting point total is so meagre as that's played out on the offside and there's no run. They've only picked up 1 so far this year, which is the lowest in Division 1. They were equal fewest last year, so it's not really totals that I look at.
No,
recently.
I suppose it can come in handy. Every point is handy at the end of the season, particularly if it's tight at the top or bottom. And Glamorgan will be very much expected to try and survive this season. There is a jump up from Division 2, no doubt about that. as Cody Youssef bouncer at Kieran Carlson, ducks out of the way. Gareth Hill, who's in the ground, the Reverend Gareth, said, "Good morning, Rob and Kevin. Looking forward to a good start today too. What do we think? A declaration at 4:50 or sooner? Question mark. Well, we shall see. Long way to go yet. 3:59 for one as Carlson waits and drives that through mid-on. Lovely shot. 4 runs, his first boundary this morning, and he's up to 167 now as the Glamorgan captain. Got plenty behind that. Lovely on drive, and he will feel good about himself with that. So Kieran Carlson showing his intent. 167 from 201 balls. He waits again for Cody Youssef, looking to take his first wicket of this game. Youssef runs away from us at the hotel end. Again, Carlson tries to flick it off his legs, goes past him on the leg side. No run. Mesnil man, Chris Drew says, "Morning both. Think as much as Zayn was excellent yesterday, he needs to be more positive today, which is all about the team situation. His job has always been to do exactly what he did yesterday, but now he needs to show he can think about the team. Brilliant comms, and Carbs is ace," as Youssef goes in and they scamper through for a single. So Michael Carberry was with us yesterday. Today I'm looking forward to commentating alongside Gemma Green, who's preparing to join us. So Zayn Al Hassan waits for Cody Youssef. Youssef bowls now. Al Hassan just taps it down on the onside. He's a left-hander, of course. Just a couple of yards away from his bat. Ball is being shined now before it gets returned to Youssef. Sun is out at the moment, but as I said, there is rain planned, or rain threatened for sometime this afternoon. But there's blue sky above at the moment here. As Rothesay drives, lovely off drive that. And that hits the boundary rope now, so he gets his first boundary as well, to Zayn Al Hassan. Picture perfect drive, that one. 3-6-8 for one.
Good comment from Chris Drew, actually, that email, because I think, yeah, we might need to see the other side of Hassan.
Yeah,
today.
well, he just showed it then.
Yeah.
He enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think he did an absolute... You know, you need somebody like that. You know, day one of a game, 4-day game, you need somebody like that up top to just bat. Perfect. Now it's a different situation. So it's Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. Over the wicket to Carlson, one of those trademark flicks. This time it hasn't gone for 6, and it hasn't even gone for 4, because he's picked out the fine leg fielder, and that is Scott Curry. And that partnership moves up to 290, I think it is, with that additional 1 run.
He got plenty behind that, and happened to be straight to the fielder. Well done, Ben Brown.
Oh, yes. Email here from Andrew Todd. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. My wife and I are enjoying our first cricket game in person today at the Utilita Bowl. We're in the middle of a trip through southern England and Wales as that's a bouncer way down the leg side. Ben Brown can't take it cleanly. They're coming through for a bye, 370 for one. I've been following the county game on the radio and live streams for 3 seasons and excited to see it in person finally. They're visiting from St. Louis in Missouri. How nice. There is a bit of cricket these days over in America. You've got the, what do they call it? The, I think it's coming up actually next
Yeah,
month
it's
or this month.
more and more going over there, aren't there?
I forget what it's called. I should know. It's what's it called, Gemma? Major League Cricket. That's what I'm thinking of. There you go.
It's usually Major League, isn't it?
It's something Major League, isn't it? I know. Fancy forgetting that. Here's Abbott bowls. Carlson works that away through mid-wicket. He's hit that really well. There is a deep mid-wicket. It's Felix Organ, but he's not going to get there in time. And Carlson moves on to 173, and the Glamorgan total onto 374 for 1.
Yeah, there was a lot of love for them on X last night. Get on TS1, who says, superb day for the boys and a thoroughly enjoyable day for myself watching the live stream on YouTube. Great commentary from yourselves. And John Geraint, he tweeted me last night.
Played late into the vacant gully area. Another single, 375 for 1.
He said, great play was Michael Carberry. Should have had more England caps. Oh, sorry, no, I've read that one out. Oh, there's the one, John Geraint. Thanks for a highly entertaining and informative commentary on a wonderful day for Glamorgan cricket. Very enjoyable here in the sun on the north coast of County Antrim. It is astonishing where we get listened to. I know Northern Ireland is not too far away, but if you want to tell us, great.
Abbott. Hassan works that to mid-wicket. Initially thinks about a single, but Fletcher... No, sorry, yeah, Fletcher Middleton quickly across.
Arvine Wallace says, great to see, well done, amazing, according to Liam Mahoney or Marnie. And Nick G says, everyone loves Zayn Legend.
Amazing what 100 does.
Yeah, quite.
And he's still there, about to face his 331st delivery. Leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. End of the over from Kyle Abbott. He's completed 24 overs now. He's the 1 wicket taker, and that seemed an awful long time ago. He has 1 for 75. And Glamorgan's first innings continues, 375 for 1. And this partnership, Rob, as I know you've got the finger on the pulse, is getting close to that all-time Glamorgan record.
Yes, so they needed 54 more runs today. And there we are. It's 296 at the moment. It came up on the screen. Thank you very much.
They're good people here.
They are very good people, and they are listening. Bless.
Yes, we're on the Hampshire Cricket website, the live picture feed. We're also going to the Glamorgan Cricket website with those same pictures. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. On your smart speaker, ask it to play Hampshire against Glamorgan and around the ground.
Cody Youssef to Carlson, flicks that away off his legs behind square again. Again, the fine leg is there. A wide fine leg, you've got to say. And just takes the one, Carlson. 376 for 1. Carlson moves to 175. His best is 192 against Sussex in 2023. He also got 191 against Gloucestershire in Cardiff. As Youssef moves into Zainul Hassan. This is his best career score. Good stop at mid-on.
I'll say 4 runs.
Definitely did. He got plenty behind that.
It's Nick Gubbins. He's not usually there at mid-on. It's unusual for him. He's normally in the covers somewhere, flinging himself about there. Now he's flinging himself about in a different position.
Yeah. Youssef runs away from us. Oh, I think that went past the bat. It ended up in the slips. Yeah, it did. Well, he got a touch on it, but it bounced well in front of first slip. So the score remains 376 for 1. But I think we've seen already that they are not going to hang around if possible. Youssef bowls. Zainul Hassan lifts his bat out of the way. No run. And it's going to be really interesting to see just when they think they've got enough runs, because I don't think they will. They'll hear along as quickly as they can until they think they've got enough in the bag. Unless wickets clatter, you never know. Yusuf Bowles trying to make that happen. Zainul Hassan touches that behind. He's going to go through for 1. So the score moves to 377 for 1. Hassan 137, Carlson 175. Another 90 overs to go today, hopefully.
Well, forgive me for hoping that we don't.
Yusuf Bowles and swept away, pulled for 4 runs by Kieran Carlson again. He's in golden form at the moment, moves to 179, and the partnership goes past 300, 302 runs between Zainul Hassan and Kieran Carlson.
Thanks, Rob. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, will come in alongside me. Whilst she gets the headphones on, Stephen Clark, a little bit late with his first email of the day, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, no sleep last night. He says, I was up all night performing a rain dance. Hopefully it may pay off come lunchtime. As Abbott's around the wicket to Hassan, who works it up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think Glamorgan will want to get 550 before declaring. So only bat once. Let's hope that our batting then holds up to avoid a follow-on. I desperately hope that they prove me wrong and at least secure a few batting points. Well, yes, it's going to be tough. That's for sure. Welcome, Gemma.
Morning, Kev. Yeah, I think the 2 emails that I've heard read out so far, the Glamorgan one saying, carry on boys, get stuck in, have a go later with the ball, and then the Hampshire one saying, let's try and avoid the follow-on in the 3rd innings.
It's 2 sides wide apart, down the leg side.
It sums up both camps quite nicely.
It does, yes. It was a day yesterday that very much belonged to Glamorgan. Hampshire never really had a sniff yesterday. Never got into the game.
It was. I didn't get to see a lot yesterday on the stream. I was sort of dipping in and out of a bit of commentary, obviously following the score. But having Hampshire won the toss and bowling, I thought maybe that was a wrong decision. But I've come here today. I can see it's a green, very green strip. A little bit of cloud yesterday.
Yeah. Abbott round the wicket again. Hassan drives outside half of the bat. The ball rolls down to 3rd man, fielded by Curry. Another one to the Glamorgan total, 382 for 1.
What's the partnership we've got to keep an eye on now? Rob's
Rob's got it written down. How many is it, Rob? Just to remind us. 328, so they're not far away. They're about 20 something off at the moment. Email here from Tony Oakley, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. It says, good morning everyone, as Abbott comes in and bowls to Carlson. Carlson gets one that bounces a little bit, and somehow he managed to ride the bounce and work it down to 3rd man, and he moves on to 180. He says, watching the live feed from sunny Alton, just up the M3. I thought Alton was a bit further along from the M3, I could be wrong. Anyway, a lot of comments yesterday asking why Hampshire bowled first when it was a warm sunny day. Looking at the position, it does look like a big error by Ben Brown. What's your opinion? Well, it was a question that I asked Russell Domingo last night. I said, was there any sort of thoughts about, perhaps batting first as Hassan works that up to mid-on? And he said that overall they felt the wicket didn't quite do as much as they thought it would. I mean, when you looked at it, and I saw it yesterday morning, there's a lot of live grass on it, which is a little bit more than you get here. But he also said that perhaps the wicket didn't do quite as much as they thought, and he did admit that perhaps they didn't bowl consistently enough. And when you've got 2 batters that have played as well as these 2 have, then of course you combine all that in a mix, and it doesn't look a great decision on the face of it, as that's driven up to mid-off. And that's a single for Hassan. Oh, it's gone through the fielder. I wondered why Hassan was running round for a second, and I thought, what are you doing? But I didn't realise that it's gone through the fielder's hands. And that's a boundary to end that over. And Glamorgan move on to 387 for 1.
Yeah, reading a cricket pitch is sort of part art, part science, isn't it? And we hear a lot of pitch reports, especially sort of televised games where they show you the close-up of the cracks and how many millimetres of grass you get left on the strip these days is recorded and things like that. But the truth of the matter is you don't really know until you get out there and play on it. No. And sometimes you can get it wrong, or like you say, it doesn't do as much as as you thought, and that's clearly what's happened in this situation, because I say it does look a bowling first wicket from the naked eye up here.
It does, yeah. Yes, so Glamorgan have moved on from 353 for 1 to 387 for 1, and strengthening their position all the time.
Bit of Sonny Baker now from the commentary end. The widely talked about paceman, bowling in excess of 90 miles an hour when unclocked as he comes in and bowls. It's a short, and that is a quick short one to start, but it's down the leg side, causing Carlson no real troubles.
No, both of them ducked. Carlson has actually hooked a couple of times in his innings, not often, but when he has, he's looked pretty strong doing it. Hassan has tended to hit the deck pretty quick, but they've both played it well. You know, there was a lot of short balls, especially from Sonny Baker yesterday, and they dealt with them pretty well.
Baker again at the top of his mark, which is a long way from the stumps as he charges in, bowls, and this is quick, and it's hooked round the corner for a couple of bounces, 4, very fine, down to fine leg, as Middleton just collects the ball back from the 12th man. Throw that back, that's 4 to Carlson.
184 he moves on to now. George Grigg has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, waiting outside the Black Weir pub car park in Cardiff. Do you know that, Rob? He does know the pub, yes.
Was he waiting for it to open?
Well, I'll come back to that.
Baker in, bowls short down the leg side, and dealt with in exactly the same way, as it's quick onto the bat, quick off the bat, fine leg, 4 more for Carlson.
Wow. Yeah, so he's waiting outside the Black Weir pub car park in Cardiff for day 1 of Division 2 to go all the way up to Abertillery for a game that's supposed to be 10 minutes walk from my house. All to go to play for 2 hours and then get wet and come home. Yes, the weather forecast a bit later. It's the same here, I'm afraid. It's not forecast to be that great just after lunch.
Baker charging in again. Carlson on strike. This is a fuller delivery on the offside, and he plays that down to backward point. There's a deep fielder there. I think that's Felix Organ, so it's just a single. Bring all Hassan on strike. Glamorgan edging towards that next bonus point. 396 for 1.
Yes, and Carlson is edging towards his highest first-class score, which has already been mentioned, is 192. He's 3 away from equalling it.
All sorts of records to be broken in the next few overs, possibly. Partnerships, individual scores. Hat-trick from Sonny Baker. All sorts happening. As he's in round the wicket to the left-hander, who drives that on the back foot, just behind point. Come through for 2, that's good running, ran the first one. Oh! It's not good running at all. I take that back completely. They turned and came back for a second, and there was a direct hit, I think. We'll bring you that in a minute as the replay, it's got us all. So yeah, like, turned quickly and went. Ben Brown went to take the ball, he couldn't, and direct hit. Took one bail off. And the partnership that was building to a record for Glamorgan has been broken by a run out. Fletcher Middleton was the fielder, and it wasn't the best throw. It was quite a loopy throw that Ben Brown was struggling to collect, and well, he did struggle to collect it. He missed it, and fortunately for Hampshire, it went on to hit the stumps. So that's a a blow for Glamorgan, obviously, and Hassan, who has to depart the crease for 143 off 341 deliveries. And when Hampshire haven't looked like getting a wicket since about lunchtime yesterday, it has come in the end via a run-out.
Well, I have to say, for large periods yesterday, we did say that a run-out looked the most likely dismissal out of any of them, and so it has proved. This morning, half an hour's play, and a wicket has fallen. So that partly, they didn't in the end break the full second wicket partnership for Glamorgan, but by making 318 together, it is a record second wicket partnership for Glamorgan against Hampshire.
An excellent partnership at that, having been put in to bat. It does bring Ben Kellaway to the middle, who's one of the changes for Glamorgan for this game. Yeah, that's sort of similar to a goal going against a run of play, that, isn't it? It didn't look like anything was happening this morning for Hampshire with the ball, bowling quite a lot of short balls, and Glamorgan dealing with it well. Bit of a change in the field now. Two right-handers at the crease. And one ball left in Sonny Baker's over. He's in and bowls to Kellaway, who just leaves that shoulders arms outside the off stump. Glamorgan 397 for 2, 104 overs gone.
So Ben Kellaway, the new batter, another one that's being talked about down in at Glamorgan, just 22 years of age, played the first couple of games of the season, was injured in a game against Leicestershire. There was a little bit of a doubt initially about whether he'd be fit for this game, but he's passed the fitness test. He's in at 4. A long wait, isn't it? Number 4. Not too many times you start a game at 11 o'clock on day 1, and as a number 4 you don't come in until 11:30 on day 2. I would hazard to say that in his short career so far, and this is only his 21st first-class match, this is probably the longest he's ever had to wait to bat. So we've got a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Kyle Abbott's spell concludes, and Cody Youssef, who started off from our commentary end, had 3 overs from this hotel end, is now going to switch ends, and he's right arm over, coming in from the pavilion end, bowls. Oh, and he gets an inside edge there, Carlson, as it goes out, squirts out on the leg side, and they come through for a single. So Carlson moves on to 190. And the Glamorgan total to 398 for 2. We're still in bonus point territory. Only in the 105th, I say only in the 105th over. They should get to 400 comfortably enough.
I did do a little bit of digging around the. You mentioned earlier about Hampshire, a dire record with batting points this season and last season, bottom of both seasons. Well, current bottom of this season with just 1 batting bonus point, and level with Worcestershire, who obviously got relegated last year with 12 in the end, which was the joint lowest.
As Youssef seen to Kellaway. Kellaway leaves alone outside off stump.
And our only point this year so far is against Yorkshire, where we got 251. So we scraped it. The 1 point we do have, Hampshire do have to their name. But yeah, I was looking at first innings scores for Hampshire at the 110 over mark over the last few years, the average score per season, and it was in 2022 it was 298, 2023 270, 2024 332.
As you've seen to Kellaway for defensive shot there.
So for those 3 years, you know, give or take around 300 either side of. Last year 259, which is obviously just the 1 point zone, and so far this season, before today's game, when we haven't batted yet anyway, it's 215, 215.
That's a really good comparison.
Yeah, that first innings 110 mark.
That's a really good comparison. I'll give you another comparison for that. The last time these two sides played a championship game against each other
2014?
2014 in Cardiff, where Hampshire won and also sealed the Division 2 title. That's played up to mid-on. That season, they got 50 batting bonus points.
50. Was it a different system then, or no?
I haven't gone into it that deeply,
Wow.
but even so, I can't believe it's a total difference. But it gives you an example of just where things are.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Like you say, it does give that disparity. I think they used to start at 200. The points maybe it was, but anyway, the point is made. 50 points that year, 12 last year.
Callaway gets one that keeps a little low. Plays that out to in front of point. George Grigg is back on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He's the one that was waiting outside the Blackweir pub car park in Cardiff to say he was off to play a Division 2 game. He said he's just emailed back to say, sorry, it's Division 7. So he promoted his side by 5 leagues at one point. 398 for 2 here.
How do you make that mistake?
Well, I was going to say, you can understand if it's 1 or 2,
two, yeah.
but 5? Probably he thinks they should be playing in League 2. You said, Bowles edge through to the keeper. That's bounced. That's a really seriously good delivery. Callaway couldn't do a lot about that. That's almost hit the shoulder of the bat. Ben Brown's taken a really good catch behind the wicket. Perhaps a hint of... No, I think actually he couldn't do a lot about it.
It's got big on him, didn't it?
Yeah, it's got very big, you're right. And Yusuf has picked up his first wicket, 1 for 76 in his 21st over. And Callaway, well, he's waited so long and watched 2 players score so many runs, and he comes in and he's out for no score.
Just to give you a little bit of update on the women as well. They are away to Lancashire in the Metro One Day Cup. Currently unbeaten, the only unbeaten side in Tier 1. They are batting first at Lancashire and are currently 57 for 2, with Bouchier out for 5 and Norgrove out for 20.
We watched Abby Norgrove get 80 odd not out here, didn't we, a few days
ago?
ago?
A cracking game against Surrey.
Yeah. Just shows a great leveller. The old game, 398 for 3, and I should imagine Ben Callaway is feeling very sick to death indeed, having waited hours and hours for his turn to bat. Now, I say this every time this man comes into bat, but this guy is a seriously dangerous player, Mr. Colin Ingram.
Absolutely, got 100 in Glamorgan's first game against Yorkshire, 75 in the second innings of that game. But yeah, absolutely, he's scored a lot of runs over the last few years.
Career average of 42. This is his 151st first-class match. He's 40 years old now, Colin Ingram. He's averaging 47 this year. Last year in Division 2, averaged 56. Good numbers indeed.
Very good.
But he's at the non-strikers end because that was the end of Cody Yusuf's over. So 398 for 3, having been 353 for 1. So it's a reasonable start by Hampshire. They've left it a little late, but it's something. Is it your over? It is your over.
It is, yeah. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Oh, I think actually you come on this side and we're going to bring Rob Phillips in, actually.
Okay.
I think that's right. So Gemma Green is going to stay on. I'll just do this over as we change over. As Sonny Baker bowls to Carlson, tries to whip that away on the leg side and gets wrapped on the pad. Welcome back, Rob.
Thank you. Well, like the buses, you don't get a wicket for ages, and then 2 come along at once. What's the old boycott thing? 1 can lead to 2.
They always say, don't they, put another 2 wickets on the board.
Yeah.
Does it change the situation? Not hugely in this format of the game and the position that Glamorgan have got themselves into, but it's certainly the breakthrough that Hampshire needed. As Baker's in, past umpire Bowles. Down the leg side, taken by a diving Ben Brown.
The ball that got rid of Callaway, though, who's been out with an injury. This is his first game back for a couple of matches after a hip injury. That will be of interest to the Glamorgan bowlers, I'm sure, because that really got up on him, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, it looked the sort of delivery that Hampshire had in mind when they chose to bowl yesterday.
Yeah, quite.
It's just taken a 3.5 sessions to get to. Sonny Baker. bowls, and it's whipped away down to fine leg. There'll just be a single there as Fletcher Middleton does the fielding. Carlson moves on to 191, edging very close to
equals his second highest score against Gloucestershire in Cardiff. He became the club's youngest ever centurion, did Kieran Carlson. So he's almost there. He's 190 now.
So he's had 3 in the 190s then.
He's had 2, that
and
one,
this one.
and
his highest.
Oh, this will be his 3rd, yeah.
But he's never got to 200, obviously.
No.
So left-handed Ingram on strike as Baker bowls. That's just defended into the leg side for no run.
Previous to this game, Ingram has been the performer with the bat for Glamorgan. As Kev said, he's 40 now, but he's still going strong.
Yeah, there's a few cricketers, aren't there, in the circuit, or have been certainly, that just seem to keep going past what some might deem a sell-by-date.
Notably Jimmy Anderson.
Darren Stevens.
Yeah.
I've actually Baker in round the wicket, flicked onto the leg side for no run. When I first passed my driving test, which was many moons ago, I used to name my cars. It was sort of the thing that kids did, you know, and I haven't done that for a while because I've been an adult. But I'm driving at the minute. I'm driving a very old car, and every year it goes to its MOT, and I think, oh, this is it. You know, this will be the year. And it keeps passing, so I've called it Darren Stevens because I know they used to chant one more year at the end of the season.
I've never heard of a car called Darren.
No. And Sonny Baker's in, round the wicket, bowls a slightly slower ball, and there's a rap on the pad. There's a little appeal. It's not of great interest to anyone, and that ends the over. Glamorgan 399 for 3. What? Now, I was with the Kent scorer once. I used to be in the scorebox, and he was telling me at the end of the season, when he was, you know, still going, but towards the end of his career, they would just always chant, one more year, one more year. And obviously he did keep going for quite a while, so that's my car's named after Darren Stevens.
Well, scorers keep going forever. Dr. Andrew Hicknell is here, the good doctor. Actually told me that the second wicket partnership was the highest for any wicket against Hampshire.
Yes.
Yesterday. And but you've opened up all sorts of things now. So what do you call your car? I just got to say, I call my car. But Gemma has a name for her car, Darren Stevens. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. At Rob Phillips here on X. Yusuf bowling from the far end. Carlson tried to push that out to the offside. Didn't go very far. He has got on with it today, Kieran Carlson. And the fall of wickets will not affect the way he is going about it. What would you do now then? Push to get 450, something like that, as he faces again, lets that one go this time.
Yeah, I think so. It's very difficult, isn't it? I mean, it's a nice position to be in when you're batting at 4 as Kedaway, or 5 as England, to come in with this platform, but it's also very difficult, having been sat in the shed for 4 sessions, to come in and keep the same momentum going. But he has got, obviously, Carlson with him out there. They've just got to get this one run to get this point, and then yeah, I think a declaration sometimes this afternoon.
As Carlson drives that through the offside, and it's going to be stopped. It's a longer boundary that side, they're appreciably longer. So the 400 comes up for Glamorgan, another bonus point in the bag. And 106.3 overs, 428 minutes, and Kieran Carlson is really enjoying himself out there. It's 390. It's 401 for 3 now, and Carlson has equalled his best ever total of 192. He faces, and that will be sliced down behind square and goes for 4 runs, and Kieran Carlson achieves a personal milestone, his best ever score He has gone to 196. He's a boundary away from the double century. But what a brilliant innings by the Glamorgan captain, surpassing his 192 against Sussex in 2023.
Excellent, fantastic knock, like you say.
And he goes on, Yusuf, and he cuts that. But straight to backward point. No run, 405 for 3 now, Glamorgan. Ingram yet to get off the mark. But watching the captain in brilliant form, you'd have to say. It is the way he plays. I keep saying it, but it is the way he plays.
We've got to mention as well that Hampshire have scraped a bonus point with the ball. 3 wickets before the 110 mark. So for the football fans out there, the score is currently 4-1.
As Carlson reached for that one from Yusuf, but goes straight through. Yeah, plenty of football fans listening to us actually, Gemma. I don't know if football's your game, but I was the football correspondent for more years than I care to remember. BBC Wales. So Ian Jones has contacted me on X. Hi Rob, enjoying the game and your commentary down here in the Algarve. Not quite Algarve weather, but it's getting warm. It's quite warm. You'll have to excuse us for a couple of hours later as we watch the Swans put Nathan Jones in his place, which is roughly translated. Charlton are the visitors to Swansea today. Last day of the championship. Their manager is a Welshman, Nathan Jones.
Swansea, that's Snoop Dogg's club, isn't it?
That's Snoop Dogg's, yes. I was there when Snoop Dogg made his arrival.
I don't know much about. I'm a Saints fan, but I don't know much about football.
It was a fairly sweet-smelling stadium when Snoop arrived.
I only know that because it was a quiz question in a pub quiz the other day.
All right, yeah. Snoop. We all live in the land in the dog land of Snoop. Did you know?
We're going to have a change of bowling. So Felix Organ having a spin from our commentary end. He came in to replace Liam Dawson, who would have been, he's suffering an abdominal injury, but he would have been the only player of the 22 the last time these two sides met in 2014. But he's not, so he isn't. It's 22 completely different players. But yeah, Felix Organ going to come round the wicket. I'm trying to follow the women's game. I almost said coming round the wicket to Rihanna Southby, who's one of the Hampshire women, but he's round the wicket to Ingram, who cuts that square for a single. So what's your team, Rob?
Well, I was going to say I'm sort of wearing their colours. I obviously impartial in my job as BBC Wales football correspondent, as was, but I was brought up on the terraces of Newport County, so they have an extremely important game.
Over the wicket to the right-handed Carlson, whipped away onto the leg side. They'll come through for another single. Score moves to 407 for 3. Yeah,
they are fighting for survival at the bottom of League 2, so they need to better or equal Crawley and Harrogate's score as they go to Barrow. In fact, Mark Jenkins says, hi Rob and all, the rain looks like it might be arriving at the time when the Port kick off in Barrow. How are your nerves?
Dot ball just pushed back to Organ.
As a lifelong Jack, that's a Swansea Jack, I'm really hoping they do well today. We need 4 Welsh teams in the Football League.
So these emails that are coming in, they're not in Welsh, but you're still having to translate them for us. So round the wicket to Ingram, worked backward of square, caressed really nicely actually. It will go down to third man all the way for 4 to Colin Ingram. So Jacks, so they're Swans and Jacks?
They're Swansea Jacks.
Swansea Jacks.
Right. Their familiar refrain is you Jack, and the last word I dare not say begins with B.
Fair enough. Beep.
Yeah.
Felix Organ, 5th ball of his first over today. Round the wicket, flighted delivery, line and length, push back, no run.
Mason Crane of these parts in the past will be just looking to see whether there's anything in this pitch yet.
We'll be looking at it as a batter, won't he?
Well, he will. He's batted really well.
What have you done to him down there? As Felix Organ comes in, it's just pushed up the ground for no run. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 411 for 3.
Yeah, he was one of those. I mean, you don't know whether to laugh or cry really, but against Leicestershire there were 3 Glamorgan batsmen out in the 90s.
Yep.
Kieran Carlson 95, Sean Dixon 96, and Mason Crane, bless him, 99. And myself and Michael Carberry bumped into him yesterday, and he said he asked for a recount just in case.
Being stumped on 99 is nothing but your own fault. It's the one that you can absolutely avoid on 99, the one dismissal.
I'm sure he's thought about it.
But no, it's absolutely fantastic. When he was down here at Hampshire, I mean, obviously he's in both sides as a bowler, but when he was at Hampshire, he played 56 innings, scored 444 runs with a highest score of 29.
Yeah.
And for you guys, I believe he's played 31 innings, scored 795 runs, highest score 99 with 450s.
Yeah, he's, as I say, he's in very good form. As Curry comes on from the far end, and that went straight through Carlson. Actually, did get a touch there, and that is his 200. It went straight through for the boundary. Just a little nick. Best ever score for Kieran Carlson. 201 not out in 225 deliveries. What a game he's having, and there's an extravagant shake of the hands from and a big hug from Colin Ingram. Taps him on top of his helmet and says, keep going, Skip. 415 for 3. Kieran Carlson in terrific form, leading by example. And he's waiting for Curry to come in again, and he's hooked that. Didn't get it all, so it just goes through for the one. Kieran Carlson is really enjoying himself out there, and they're up to 416 already, despite the loss of a couple of wickets today. 26 fours and 3 sixes. Make that 27 fours and 3 sixes. It's been a brilliantly paced innings by the Glamorgan skipper, and a Cardiff boy, of course. As Colin Ingram will be happy to play support while Carlson makes hay. Plays that back up to the tall Curry, Scott Curry. I was saying to Michael Carberry yesterday, Gemma, they're all the same to me when they get over 6 foot.
Yep.
Because I'm not the biggest. So you can be 6 foot whatever, and I'll never know the difference. All I know is the rain falls on you before it falls on me.
Yep.
Curry comes in again. Ingram, the left-hander, waits. Touches that through the covers. Will go through a comfortable 1. 417 for 3. Ingram moves to 6. Carlson looks to continue to plunder on 202 not out. I think I know who I'll be talking to after the game today, whatever time it finishes. Curry in from the far end, and again he gets a bat on it, goes fine on the offside, behind square, so third man collects. Throw into Ben Brown, who catches one-handed, and the score goes to 418 for 3. So I'll ask you, Gemma, what would you be doing now? What would you be thinking?
I haven't looked at the forecast, is my first answer. I'm not someone who tends to look at forecasts, but assuming we're not going to lose too much play in the next 2.5 days.
Curry comes in again to Ingram, who pulls for 4 runs. Nice shot. And the score goes to 422 for 3. The way they're playing suggests that they know that there is rain on the way.
Yep. I can see a big spike on the graph you're showing me
Yeah,
there.
which is just after around about 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they're batting at the rate they've been batting this morning, or certainly the intent they've been batting this morning, somewhere mid-second session, they should, well, not should, they might be looking for a declaration. They'll definitely be going off in that declaration. They're happy, well, they're always happy when you're declaring, obviously, that's an obvious, but yeah, Hampshire will definitely be on the back foot then if the rain's coming round. As Organ continues, whipped away on the leg side by Carlson, come through for a single. It's a fairly scattered field now, as you might imagine at this stage, so there's singles everywhere on offer. As he goes round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who's on 10 off 11 balls. Good ball, line and length, forward defence, no run.
Yeah, you'd think that's probably in his plans, wouldn't you? We had a tweet in earlier, say just wait till the clouds come over and then see as many as you can get before then.
And again, a flighted delivery down the ground and driven hard and driven well, but straight to the fielder at long on. So there's no run there. That's Ben Mays.
As you might expect, there's plenty of intent there at the moment, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Even Ingram stepping down the pitch then.
Yeah, Organ's only bowled a few this morning, but that's the first time we've seen anyone advance down the wicket today. As this time he stays in his crease and plays that backward of square, but this fielder there's no run. So yeah, like you say, just one off the first 4 balls here, but that's not for lack of intent. They're definitely trying to get on with it, as you might think when they're in this position and got someone as set as Carlson on 204. So Organ in again, bowls, and it's swept this time, and swept really well. There's no fielder square on the leg side, so that's 4 runs. It's a fairly short boundary, but it's swept and swept well. 4 to Ingram as the groundsman does the fielding.
Another email on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk from Stephen Killick. Do you think Glammy can get 2 or 3 wins to have a chance of staying up? Or 1 would be nice.
Organ in bowls, driven on the offside, come through for a single.
He said, I'm a Glamorgan fan who lives in Lincoln. When I started my love of cricket at the age of 10 in 1976, I asked my dad who the worst county side were, and he told me Glamorgan. They're so bad that even Lincolnshire beat them. I said, I'm no glory hunter, they are my team. I got the train to watch them get bowled up for 60 at Trent Bridge in 1990. I was so disappointed that I left the cricket and watched Nottingham Forest play West Brom. I went back to the cricket and Glamorgan were batting again and bowled out Notts for 180. Hadley and Rice were too good for Glammy. Well, they were too good for a lot of teams, were Hadley and Rice, particularly in tandem. As Curry jogs in from the far end to Ingram, plays it to mid-wicket for 1 run. Carlson gets the strike. Glamorgan 429 for 3.
Hello, Kevin James back in.
Hi, Kev.
Gemma's wandered off for a little while.
Carlson waits again. Curry from the pavilion end. That's driven up to mid-on. They'll go through for 1. They started the day on 353 for 1, so they've made decent progress. Despite the loss of Zainul Hassan for 143, run out by Fletcher Middleton, who also took the catch of Asa Tribe for Carl Abbott's wicket yesterday. Ben Kellaway caught Ben Brown, bowled Yusuf as Ingram parries that back to Curry for no run. 430 for 3.
Yeah, so an hour's play this morning. And we've had 77 runs.
77.
Yeah, I know, it takes me a while.
Sorry, I can't help you.
It takes me a while.
Curry comes in. Ingram flicks that just backward a square. Jogs through for 1 again.
Yeah, it was steady progress yesterday morning, wasn't it? Up until lunch, where Glamorgan made 89 for the loss of Tribe. And it's better than that, isn't it, this morning? Yeah, I think they'll be overall happy. You can't expect to have another day like yesterday. You're going to lose some wickets, but they're in a good position, Glamorgan.
Carlson waits, and he's cut that, and he's past the man at backward point. Is it going to beat the fielder to the boundary? It does. Another 4 runs for Kieran Carlson. He moves to 209, the score to 453 for 3. 435 for 3.
Well, the good news is, in a way, that we're outside bonus point territory now, aren't we? We're in the 111th over, so can't be any more for either side in this innings.
Carlson waits, and this time bouncer well over his head. Doesn't even have to duck that one.
So what have we had? Yeah, 111 overs. We've had 31, I think, with this second new ball, if I can read the scoreboard right. Kieran Carlson there, if you're watching the picture feed. The old wagon wheel, 209 not out. 4s all round the wicket.
Yeah, and the 3 6s behind square on the leg side.
That hook and pick up as well. A few emails here. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. John says, I understand that the pitch didn't play out as expected yesterday. I also get that Hassan and Carlson played really well. However, something's not quite working with the Hampshire bowling and fielding strategy, as in comes Felix Organ. Ingram's on the back foot, works that into the gap in the covers. He moves on to 17, 4-3-6 for 3. Well, Russell Domingo summed it up pretty well last night, I thought, where he just said that they didn't bowl consistently in the right areas. Ralph Brooker, who's in France, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, well played Glamorgan. It's not over yet, as bowls, and that's called to extra cover. And Carlson goes. Scott Curry takes a catch. And Carlson, who drove away airily, took the bottom hand off the bat. He didn't look in total control of that shot. And that's a surprise. He goes for 209, and the 3rd wicket is taken this morning. 1st wicket to Felix Organ. Carlson goes, faming face 232 balls, 28 4s and 3 6s for a career best 209.
Well, that was a tame end, wasn't it? It really was a tame end. But Kieran Carlson walks off to deserved applause, holds his bat up to the ground. You have to appreciate a knock like that. Memorable occasion for Kieran Carlson, who's led by example, really set the tone today as well. Injected a bit more pace into it yesterday, a bit more urgency in the batting after they got to grips with the pitch in the morning. And just looking at it again, took one hand off the bat, which he does quite often, and straight through to the fielder. But I don't think it's going to mean any change of approach by Glamorgan. 436 for 4 as Sean Dixon comes to the wicket. He was another in the 90s against Yorkshire in the last home game on that hybrid pitch. He made 96, did the former Somerset player, and I'm sure we'll be asked to just move along as quickly as possible today.
Yeah, interesting move, wasn't it, from Somerset during the winter? Only played the 5 games in the championship for them.
Interesting post here on X from Oh Glammy Glammy the podcast. Borodar Rob, that's good morning by the way. Hopefully Glammy will only have to bat once this match. Delicate balancing act to force the win and try and take 20 wickets on this pitch, which is a thought.
I think in this situation you've got to look to bat once. Is my opinion, because you're still only 4 wickets down here and a long way ahead. Rain forecast. I don't think you really want to be batting the second time. Here's Felix Organ over the wicket, and that's worked to mid-wicket by Dixon, and there's no run. So Ralph Brooker says, well played Glamorgan, relegation form from Hampshire, Surprised Curry came in for Eddie Jack, who was part of an excellent game, albeit in a losing cause against Somerset last week, as in comes Morgan bowls and Dixon is off the mark as he works that square on the leg side. 4-3-7 for 4. The rest of the changes affect the batting except the forced change following Dawson's illness. We've lost Lehman's runs. Shocking decision to stick them in, says Ralph. Well, everything's great in hindsight.
2020 vision, isn't it?
It is, everything's great, eh? There's Felix Organ to Ingram. Ingram on the back foot.
I think we were saying yesterday it wasn't a bad toss to lose, in that it was a sunny day, but there was a green tinge to the pitch. And you know better than I, Kevin, but much more than normal.
Yeah. Ingram's forward. Going to take a quick single out into the covers. Might get a throw. No. Fletcher Middleton decides to hang on to the ball. Well, as I say, I mean, I think we've said it quite a bit, and Russell Domingo said it yesterday, that they didn't quite get enough balls in the right areas, but taking nothing away from the Glamorgan batters, they were absolutely superb. But of course, in the fact that they were good, it just probably highlighted the fact that Hampshire didn't quite get it right yesterday. Now, this one's from Christopher Willis, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. A very good morning to you. I went to the match yesterday, but having seen today's weather forecast, decided not to drive up from Wimborne. Seeing the bright sunshine, I'm beginning to wonder if I made the right decision. Yesterday, I saw Ali Orr walking around the perimeter of the ground. Do you know when and if we might see him batting? Well, I'm sure he'll get his chance. He's in good form. He's got some runs in the second team.
Right, it's Curry coming in from the far end to Colin Ingram, who plays a flat back to it. No run.
He also got runs for Scotland A against Jersey. I think that was last week or the week before. Poor batting from us, lack of batting bonus points, says Chris. Enjoying listening to the commentary. I'd much rather though be sitting in the members area in the Colin Ingram Mackenzie stand.
Ingram waits again. Curry lopes in. And fielder there in the mid-wicket area sort of went to go one way and then slipped and finally put her hand. Was that Tony Albert there? Anyway, no run conceded. Christopher Phillips, Kevin, is listening to us in Houston, Texas, enjoying Glamorgan batting display at Hampshire, up at 5 AM to watch in Houston. Devotion. He will have enjoyed that shot from Ingram, pulled behind square for another boundary. Glamorgan moved to 442 for 4. Ingram on to 22.
I take it 5 AM means they're 6 hours behind us.
I think that's right, yeah, yeah.
That's devotion.
Yeah, quite. There plenty are devoted though. I was looking at the live stream and I just nipped downstairs. Plenty watching, hopefully enjoying it. As Curry moves into Ingram again. This time he's pulled it with a jab out to the onside. Just the one run. There's a sweeper 10-15 yards in from the boundary. So 443 for 4. I mean, they could go on to 500, 550 maybe, but that's where the weather will come into play, I think. Curry bowls again, and Dixon didn't go where he intended it, tried to play it on the onside, squirted off his bat to the man at point. No run.
Well, we've still got the sunshine, so that's good news. We'll enjoy it while it lasts.
Well, we're obsessed by the weather, aren't we?
We are totally.
In the UK.
We are.
Dixon waits, right-handed. Curry comes in from the pavilion end, gets a firm bat behind that. Curry has now bowled 20 overs for 97 without taking a wicket. And Glamorgan are 443 for 4.
Talking about early, and I did miss this, and yes, Roger Arthur, you were the first email of the morning, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, shame about how the day's play went yesterday, although the Glamorgan fan I met at Southampton Airport Parkway seemed happy. I won't be able to listen today as my daughter April is marrying her partner Holly at 1:30. And I would probably get in trouble if I tried listening. So I hope today's play is more in Hampshire's favour. Well, it's a little better so far. Here's Organ again with his off spin, and forward is Ingram. And that goes quietly out into the covers and fielded by Nick Gubbins, who may just start to think about having a bat, although I think it's a little way off yet.
Don't let it spoil the wedding, whatever you do.
No, don't listen. We had an email actually, I think at last game or the game before, that's played out on the onside, and they were on honeymoon. And I think I'm right in saying the first day of the honeymoon, they were listening and watching cricket all day. I'm sure I'm right on that. To be honest, we're lucky we get a few emails like you do, Rob, and I'd have to take a while scrolling back, but I'm sure I'm right on that one. Ingram drives down towards deep mid-off where Sonny Baker will field, and Ingram moves on to 24, and the total 444 for 4, all the 4s.
It does help if you have an understanding partner, and I suppose you start as you mean to go on, but honeymoon is pushing it. As I said yesterday, I did catch a day of the Ashes at Sydney when I convinced my partner, look, the tickets are really cheap and we'll soon catch the flight to Melbourne, because we were flying out that day.
Dixon drives out to extra cover.
And indeed, we caught the last day of the Ashes, and
lovely.
We were on the flight. So it was over by about 4 o'clock, and we were on the 7 o'clock flight. Happy days. Everybody's happy.
Morgan bowls. Dixon uses his feet and works that again down to Sonny Baker, who's at mid-on for the right-hander. Deep mid-on. 445 for 4. David Tatnall, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, just questioning Ben Brown's decision-making. I'm a big fan, he says. He's a great keeper and useful batter, but don't think he has quite the tactical mind. Well, he's got some help out there, remember. There are some experienced players. That's a good diving stop by Scott Curry at mid-on. And that's a dot ball to end the over. And it's 445 for 4. He doesn't play the other formats, which makes captaining hard, thinks David. Felix Organ is the man who should be in charge in all formats. Well, that's the first time. Okay. Let's tell James Vince we don't need him either if he can offer all he can offer us is T20. David, well, I've read it out because you've written it, but even so, I think James Vince, I don't think we need to get rid of him in T20 cricket quite yet.
Well, I think there are plenty of cricketers who earn their corn just by playing the short form of the game, aren't there? It's a growing trend as Dixon faces Curry, drives that up towards mid-off. Mid-off comes across a few yards to collect. Just the one run. 446 for 4 now, Glamorgan. Dixon on 3. Ingram will be on strike now on 24. As Curry comes in again. This time it's driven by Ingram, again up to his mid-off. And going back to the email we had from Stephen Killick about knots, he said, I said 1990, that was a typo, it was 1980. But in fact, after checking, it was 1981. Get it right, Stephen, please. Glammy made 60, Hadley took 4 for 18, Rice took 2 for 14, Cooper 4 for 25. As Curry comes in and Ingram tips that off his bat to point.
Kevin Cooper.
Yeah.
Right armoured, used to swing it a bit, didn't he? Away from the bat. He was a good foil for those two as well, wasn't it? Because everybody thought, oh, Rice and Hadley, oh dear. And then when Kevin Cooper come on, you think, well, I'll lay into Kevin. But he was actually too good a bowler to do that. Yeah. So he picked up a lot of wickets, but he was a good bowler.
And as Curry comes in to Ingram, who pulls, and that's going to be just stopped on the boundary. Really good stop, actually, by Fletcher Middleton, who's having a really good game in the field. So Ingram is restricted to 2 runs. He was a couple of feet away from getting 4. He moves to 26. Glamorgan to 448 for 4. And you know, we were talking about Kevin Ratcliffe yesterday, who was in his credit card at Barrow. Well, he rang me before the game started as Curry comes in, driven by Ingram, straight to the fielder in the covers, but he scampers through for 1. 449 for 4. Actually mentioned Richard Hadley and said he played in a testimonial game for him. Yeah, apparently he went around the country playing games. And cricket is not his strong point, but because he was a brilliant player, was Kevin Ratcliffe in his day. But no, he did play that. As Curry is flicked away by Dixon down to backward square leg, and there's just a 1, and Glamorgan reached 450 in 460 minutes in 115 overs. Wonder why they put 114.6.
Confusing.
Yeah. Yes. So 115 overs, 450, and they plough on while the sun shines.
We're also keeping an eye on the Hampshire women's team, who are playing today in the Metrobank 50 Over Cup. They're up at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Hampshire sit top of the table currently and are unbeaten, but they're in a bit of a tough time up there at the moment. They are, come back to that in a moment, as Felix Organ starts a new over the wicket. Dixon wants a single as he goes out on the leg side. It's not there. They are 85 for 4 in the 29th. Maya Bouchier out early for 5. Abby Norgrove made 20, Ella McCacken made 30, and Rhianna Southby is also out for just 4. Here's Organ again, down the wicket comes Dixon, works that down to mid-on. Glamorgan are not in action until Monday in their Tier 2 game. They're at Derbyshire. So if we're still playing on Monday, which I'm sure we will be here, I'm sure we'll keep up to date with that as well. 451 for 4 here. Had just about an hour and 20 minutes this morning when Glamorgan resumed on 353 for 1. Colin Ingram to face Felix Organ. Works that into the gap on the offside. He moves on to 28. 452 for 4 now. There's a full round of Tier 1 games going on in the women's 50 over competition. Warwickshire 145 for 5 against Somerset in the 25th, so they're halfway through their innings there. Essex 145 for 2 after 29 against Yorkshire. As that's driven to mid-wicket and there is no run, and the Blaze are 131 for 6 after 29 against Durham. Organ into his 25th over here. Bowling from our commentary end as that works. He's worked to mid-wicket, fielded by Alior, who we mentioned earlier. He was on as a sub-fielder. Organ who's over the wicket here to Sean Dixon, who goes for the reverse paddle, gets wrapped on the pad, coming through for a leg by. Or was there a little touch into it? Oh no, it was a leg by. End of the over, 453 for 4, Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's relentless progress at the moment. Bit of a conflab in the middle between Dixon and Ingram. Both have been around the circuit for quite a while. Ingram, as you were saying earlier, Kevin, is 40 now. Dixon is 34. And both born in South Africa. And Sonny Baker coming back from the pavilion end as I hand over to Gemma Green.
Thank you very much, Rob. So, Glamorgan, who started at 353 for 1 this morning, have added exactly 100 runs this morning for the loss of Hassan, Kellaway and Carlson. So here's Sonny Baker trying his luck from the pavilion end. Right arm over, goes to Dixon, who drives the ball back to him. And there's no run. Welcome back, Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player.
Thanks, Kev.
That was a while ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was it a while ago?
Yes.
When was the last time you played for Hampshire women?
I was thinking on the way here, actually. It was end of 90s, late 90s.
Oh, my word. Really? You don't look old enough.
Oh, thank you. But I think my last game was here on the nursery ground, so that must have been around 2000, 2001, whenever this ground opened.
I think you're right. 2000 were the first games, weren't they? In fact, that's an interesting point you bring up, actually. Outside the off stump, left alone by Dixon, because you're right. That would have been 2000, because the first men's games, first team, were 2001. And actually, this coming Monday, the 4th of May, 2026, is exactly 25 years from the very first men's first team game that took place here.
Oh, wow.
A one-day game, 50-over game. Benson Hedges in those days.
Yep.
Benson Hedges Cup, for those that you remember. And that was against Surrey. So yes, Monday marks, as that's worked on the leg side by Dixon for a single, a very important milestone for this whole site.
It looked very different back then. There's obviously no hotel. The Shane Warne stand and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, the extra seating above those stands, weren't here. It was 25 years. It's flown by. I still remember playing. I don't mean playing cricket. I never played at the old county ground, but playing on the boundary when my dad was, or when I was watching Hampshire. I still remember Northlands Road very clearly.
Tight, about 3 of those on this side. Oh, inside edge there. Colin Ingram will get 4 runs as the ball races away down to fine leg, but he didn't know where that was going, and that wouldn't have been too far away from the leg stump. Watch that again if you're watching the pictures. Oh my word. I think another stump next to that one would have made it interesting. 458 for 4. Email from Joe Somerton here, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. She says, because she's on the ground, Eddie Jack and Ali Orr are currently fielding, so we've got 2 sub-fielders on. She says she can't see Tom Prest, but it's probably the other side of the field. He's just below us to her right as we look. Yeah. So Tom Prest is on the field. He might have only just come on, and he stopped that with his boot, Sonny Baker, and that looks fairly painful. He's okay though, striding purposefully back to his mark, as he always does actually.
It's when those fast bowlers cut the toe out of their boots.
Yes, I've seen that, yeah.
If you get a ball on that toe, absolutely no protection.
None. Yes, but well, you've seen it, and so have I, where their toes poke out of very big boots. They used to wear big boots in those days, didn't they? Yeah, almost defeated the object, really, wasn't it? Protecting your feet. Ingram pulls that away in the air. Could be caught at deep square leg, and he's under it. Fletcher Middleton takes it. He got right underneath that, Colin Ingram, and he knew from the moment it came off the bat, he knew he was in trouble. And he goes for 32. Baker picks up his first wicket now. He just scooped it up to the fielder, really. It was almost like catching practice. Got that totally wrong. I think he was expecting the ball to bounce a little bit more on him than it did. Goes for 32 off 38. And Hampshire have picked up their 4th wicket of the morning, 458 for 5.
Absolutely, you're taking that to the bigger side of the boundary as well. So, like you say, didn't quite get the timing on that. Did loop in the air for a bit, but if it was the other side of the ground, he may have just about got away with it because it's very short for this game. But he didn't. He picked out Fletcher Middleton, and Glamorgan 458 for 5.
Well, Hampshire, yes, are picking up some wickets, but Glamorgan's still in a very, very advantageous position.
And they're batting with purpose, aren't they? They're batting with a plan.
Well, it was such a dominant day for them yesterday.
Yeah.
That,
they've battered themselves into this position.
Yeah.
And now they're. We had a look earlier when Rob was on at the forecast. There's a bit of rain scheduled, if that's the right word, for a bit later on.
I'm just looking at my app to see if it's updated. I mean, as I've often said, my app's never the best, and I think most of them aren't that great. But it looks like we can safely say that it's going to be raining by at least 2:30, maybe 3 o'clock, but there's some rain forecast before that according to my app, but only in the sort of 30-40% range, whereas it gets higher after that.
So yeah, Glamorgan, they've got themselves in a position, and now they just want to make sure they make the most of the time that is available if we are going to lose any in the game, after getting themselves into such a dominant position. As Cook comes to the crease. Chris Cook, wicket-keeper for the Welsh-based side.
Another veteran, 39 years of age. He's been around a long time. A very good player as well, although this season not quite got going yet. Only averages 16 with the bat.
And
is it you?
I think it's me.
Is it? Sorry, yes.
Felix Horgan to Dixon for defence, no run.
Sorry, it was the end of the over as well, isn't it? Which caught me out.
It was. All going on. So yeah, new batter is not on strike as Organ's bowling over the wicket to Sean Dixon. 6 off 17, 6 off 18 now, as that's another dot ball defended into the offside. Hampshire women have lost another wicket. They're now 93 for 5 off 30, so going at just about 3 and over with the top 5 gone as Organ's in bowls. That's tickled on the leg side. They will come through for a quick single.
So that would have been Megan Sturge.
Megan Sturge, yeah. So sorry, not the top 5. Tani's still in, the captain, in place of Georgia Adams. 17 not out. But yeah, it's not quite the flow of runs that Hampshire women are used to. But Lancashire, a very good bowling side. Very good seam attack as Organ's in to Cook, and little attempt to push there, but it dribbles through to Ben Brown for no run.
Yeah, Megan Sturge made 10.
Yeah, very good bowling attack, and Hampshire are without a couple of bowlers. They're 2 of their England players that they've lost to international duty, Bell and Lindsay Smith, as that's driven off the back foot by Cook. He's off the mark with a single to extra cover. It's hard to see where the rain's coming. We've got this kind of shading on our windows, haven't we? And so you never know quite what's doing. It looked brighter to me. When I ducked under, it is a little bit cloudy. As that's turned away on the leg side, they come through for another single. So the bit we can see, we've got a beautiful view up here. The ground looks like it's bathed in nice sunlight at the minute, but actually very little blue sky when you look up.
So just about an hour and a half's play this morning. Zain Al Hassan made 143. He was the first to go after half an hour. 7 minutes later, Ben Kellaway got a snorter of a delivery from Cody Youssef. He went without scoring. Kieran Carlson, having reached a double century for the first time, went just after an hour's play. Colin Ingram about 6 or 7 minutes ago. Those are the 4 wickets that have fallen. And Glamorgan of 461 for 5 as Sonny Baker comes in and bowls to Sean Dixon. Dixon pushes forward, goes out into the covers, and there's no run. Of course, there's a full schedule of championship matches going on as well in Division 1. We'll bring you up to date, actually. Nottinghamshire 478 for 9 in their game against Leicestershire. They've lost 5 wickets this morning. Joe Clark is one of those, and he was 80 not out overnight. He only added 17 to that, fell 3 short of 100. As Baker comes in, bowls, Dixon pulls that away on the leg side, and he split the field. There are 2 there on the short boundary side, behind square, and he's got the ball threaded between both, and he moves on to 12 for 65 for 5. Somerset are 256 for 7 in their game against Yorkshire, so they do have a lead of 94. They've lost 4 wickets as well this morning, have Somerset, but Josh Thomas, the young opener, who was 136 overnight, in fact actually didn't add to his overnight total. He was out for 136 as that plays out on the onside. Surrey are 96 without loss in their game against Sussex, so they trail currently by 262. They started this morning on 19 without loss. And you're up to date with the Division 1 scores. Baker into his 23rd over now, 1 for 78. From that pavilion end bowls. And Dixon works that down. Very fine. That's going for 4 more. Second boundary of the over. Dixon moves on to 16, and it's 469 for 5, our Glamorgan. Nice little faint tickle off his hip.
Yeah, that's well adjusted, because Sonny Baker's been bowling a little bit shorter and he's been able to swing his arms at the last few, but that one was fuller and on his hips, and he just guided it, used the pace on offer.
Baker in again. No slip now. Easy bowls. Dixon again gets one that's sort of middle and leg side-ish, and he just works that to mid-wicket. You're right, we've still got nice sunshine out there, which is nice, but the blue sky is gradually clearing. And there's some hazy cloud coming over the Shane Warne stand as we look, which is about 1 and 2 o'clock from our position on the balcony at the hotel end. And one presumes that that cloud will become thicker as the early afternoon wears on. Baker in again. I'm looking across to the New Forest. That looks pretty good at the moment. That's always a guide to work on. It's played out to extra cover. End of the over. Dixon stays on 16. Chris Cook is on 1. 469 for 5. A wicket each for Abbott. That was yesterday. Yusuf has picked one up on this morning. Baker has picked up one, and so has Felix Organ.
Yep, just the one for Abbott, who's been in form as ever this season for Hampshire. He's already had his wicket hauls this season. He picks up a 5-wicket haul every 3.6 matches for Hampshire, which puts him in the top 5 of all Hampshire bowlers for frequency.
Does it?
Of fifers. It does.
Alongside?
Well, Shackleton and Alex Kennedy took one every 2.9. And
wow.
He's every 3.6, so he's in the top 5 alongside those two, which is fine company. As Organ's in, bowls, little stride down the wicket, forward defence, no run.
Do you think his contribution over the years, Gemma, warrants something named after him?
Well, yes, is the short answer. It's Felix Organ's in again, a huge stride down, pushed onto the offside, and they will come through for a run. You know, history has cricket has such a long history, and obviously people of different ages remember different things. And whatever you deem the modern era, that's subjective. I always deem it in my lifetime. If I'm talking about modern era, I talk about players that played in my lifetime, which is getting ever longer. Forward defence, no run. And yeah, I think he's taken the second most number of fifers, if we're talking about wicket hauls, in my lifetime. So in terms of my experience of watching Hampshire, so Malcolm Marshall was the one that's taken the most, and that's obviously a little bit more way back when. But in terms of my experience of being a Hampshire fan, as Felix is in, dance down the wicket, pushes it to mid-off, there's no run, he's the one that stands out. You know, it was, a few others obviously along the way, in terms of seamers certainly. So yeah, I think Hampshire, I think batting James Vince, I think bowling Kyle Abbott, that's kind of my experience. So yes, the answer would be yes from me, as he comes down and pushes that down to long on for 1.
So we need to think of something, or the club maybe at some point need to think of something to name him after. Maybe one of the scoreboards.
I think also
Kyle Abbott scoreboard.
You've got to. We're obviously talking about the current era, because he's still playing, but players don't have that longevity. Well, not as many players have that longevity to one club these days. As that's just pushed out into the offside by Cook, who comes through for another single. Ends the over, and Glamorgan are 472 for 5. So yeah, there's with the service he's given to the club over the many years, and he barely misses a match, does he? Barely misses a game, and I think that's something that needs to be rewarded as well.
Well, I would think that something may happen at some point. I'd be surprised. And when you think we've got the Shane Warne stand, we've got the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion, obviously, you know, their services and what they've done for the club. Colin Ingleby-Mackenzie, a former Hampshire captain as well, championship winning captain. So yes, you would think that something around the ground.
What about this commentary box? Can we name that?
Well, there isn't. This is not technically a commentary box, even though we're commentating from it. That's pushed out into the offside. Start of a new over from Sonny Baker to Chris Cook.
They can't do anything else up here in the summer, surely.
No.
You live up here, don't you, Kev?
Well, unfortunately,
April to
but
September.
I have to sort of live with a lot of cameras at times and other stuff as well, and other equipment and what have you. So it doesn't feel like ours in terms of exclusive, but certainly a great view. I don't know. I mean, we probably haven't given it enough thought yet, but I don't know. Something anyway. Here's Baker again. And it's a full delivery, which Cook works up to mid-on. And there is no run. So, yeah, I suppose if you put in that bracket, then you mentioned James Vince there, and you think of his contribution over the years. Probably not enough. There's probably not enough objects on the site to all be named.
Need to be Somerset. They've got at least 3 pavilions, haven't they, at Somerset?
And the rest. Here comes Baker, formerly of Somerset. It's a length ball to Cook. He's easing himself into this innings so far. He has 3 from 8.
I guess as time moves on, though, all grounds are going to have the same issue, aren't they? They've named their stands, they've named their ends, they've named their pavilions, and obviously cricket carries on. There's going to be an ever-growing number of stars, legends, and whatnot, so they might have to double up. You know, it might be the Shane Warne and Kyle Abbott stand have to sort of share honours.
That's true. Yep, I hadn't thought of that. Here's Baker from that pavilion end. Cook's going to take a quick single up to mid-on. And the throw, even though it hits the stumps at Ben Brown's end, it was a little late in coming. That's really good running.
My favourite part of this ground, though, that's named after someone, it's actually not named after them by name, but in honour of them, is, for those of you that haven't had the pleasure of coming up to the Utilita Bowl, it's very hilly. Obviously, we're in a bowl of the ground, but the car park is all sort of on different levels of trajectory, and one bit's called Handbrake Hill, isn't it? Because the groundsman, Nigel Gray, the old groundsman, did forget once to put his handbrake on, caused a bit of havoc, and
rolled down the hill.
Rolled down the hill into the indoor school, I think.
Yeah. It's played back to Baker by Sean Dixon, who's currently on 17. Yes, that was a few years ago. That was that caused a few chuckles around the place for a while.
So we've even got that named after someone at the minute.
Yeah.
So
the driveway up is
Malcolm,
the Marshall Drive, isn't it? After Malcolm Marshall and
Devon.
Eh?
Malcolm Marshall, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but also our former captain, whose name will come to me in a moment. There's 2 Marshalls. Way back. Here's Baker again. Dixon works it away on the onside. That's the end of the over. 473 for 5. I'm going to quickly make way. Gemma's going to stay on. But while Rob Phillips comes back on, I'll quickly look that up. Roy Marshall. That's the one I'm thinking. So, yeah, there's 2 of them. A former captain of Hampshire. So 473 for 5. We have half an hour to go until lunch. And we've had, 121 overs now of this Glamorgan innings.
Yes, 473 for 5. Approaching the psychologically important 500 mark, as we say in sport. All this after 10:30 yesterday morning, Hampshire elected to field.
You read out an email earlier, Rob, from one of your fans asking, you know, are they going to do enough? Glamorgan going to do enough to stay up this year? And I thought that was quite negative, because a draw, 2 draws and a loss so far is a start that Hampshire could only dream of.
And the loss to the champions, of course. Yeah,
exactly. So, and it's obviously early days, but they've come here, Glamorgan, and put their mark on this game. That's for sure.
Certainly have.
Felix Organ's going to bowl to Chris Cook. He's over the wicket, a heavy leg side field as he comes in with his off spin. Straight ball, push back, no run. Yep, we've just got 4 fielders. Oh no, there is there one on the ropes down there? I think there is, yeah. I think he's the other side of the boundary chatting to the ground staff. I didn't notice him there, but we do have a cover fielder, cover sweeper. Organ in again, this time slightly back of the length, and it's defended off the back foot for no run.
Very confusing when they do that, isn't it? Likewise when they're walking round the boundary and you're thinking, or somebody's there bringing out a drink in kit as well.
I've got quite a funny story about boundary fielders in a minute. As Organ comes in, bowls. Again, good control from Organ, just full and straight, and that's defended off the front foot. I was playing in a club game many years ago, and had quite a few juniors playing, and they don't know all the fielding positions always, you know. So we said, oh, you're home field at fine leg, and she asked where that was. So she was only about, I don't know, 12 or 13 or something. As Organ comes in, reverse sweep and good connection, gets that nice and fine, and that will race away for 4 runs to Cook. And her dad happened to be on the boundary at that point at fine leg. So I said, oh, it's where your dad is, so go and field there. Her dad was on a boundary walk, wasn't he? So a few balls later, I look up, the ball's gone down to fine leg, and she's now round at extra cover because her dad's moving, and I've said, stand with your dad. So
you'll know better next time.
So that was, yeah, she went AWOL. As Felix Organ just been reverse swept for 4, in again. Bowls, and this time there's a attempted cut shot by Cook. But it's play and miss through to Ben Brown. I worked for a season at Glamorgan in 2010.
Did you?
It was my first year as a cricket analyst.
All right. Who was there then? Tell us in a mo.
Organ in, bowls full and straight, driven straight back to him. Yeah, so 2010 season, I was the, so that's the end of the over, Glamorgan 477 for 5. I came up and did the video analysis, you know, the coding of the game.
Yeah.
And it was, well, Robert Croft was definitely playing because it was his, in that season, 1000th first class wicket. Dean Cosgrove.
Yeah.
So 16
Steve
years
Watkin
ago.
was there as well,
Yeah,
was he? Yeah,
he was. Yeah, it was good. That got put up on in a B&B on the, is it Catherine's Road, or the road that, the big road that leads to.
Cathedral Road.
Cathedral Road.
I was saying yesterday we interviewed Marnus Labuschagne a couple of seasons ago, and the inevitable question: why do you keep coming back to Glamorgan when you could have basically the pick of the counties? And he said, because I like it here, and I love Pontcanna, which is that area, as you know, Gemma. So yeah, he said, why would I want to go anywhere else? I sort of understood it, but I'm not sure everybody did. But he said he liked the coffee shops.
Yes.
He runs a coffee company. He's got his own coffee company. And so he's very keen on that. Change of bowler at the far end. Tom Prest coming in with his spin. 477 for 5. Sean Dixon, who's on 17 weights. Couple of steps. And Dixon plays it back to the bowler. No run. It is a really pleasant area of Cardiff, with Sophia Gardens is in the park, of course. So I remember some of the TMS team commentators as Press coming in again to Dixon, who reverse sweeps again, very fine this time. I think the fielder should cut this off. He does, but Dixon has gone through for 2 runs. He likes the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's got that really nice feel that a lot of older county grounds have, because you know we've got a nice sort of international stadium here that's big and sort of all bells and whistles and that, but you don't get that footfall, you don't get that kind of that community, like you say, round houses around it.
No, you have to drive here, don't you?
You can't just pop along, or you know, on your way somewhere.
Dixon drives that. Fielder got a hand to it, but can't stop it going for 4 runs. They're stepping it up again, our Glamorgan. They're 483 for 5. And what the TMS commentators were saying, it was an Ashes test in 2005, I think it was. Anyway, they said they were in a city centre hotel, and they enjoyed walking through the park to get to the ground. It is a pleasant walk. I live in a very hilly area on top of a mountain, so walking around that area is far more enjoyable, let me tell you. Dixon again, this time he cuts it fine, but only gets the 1. So 484 for 5.
Yeah, I was very spoiled actually. My first game that season was actually a championship game at Swansea, and the carvery was incredible.
Good. Press balls again, tickled fine on the offside behind square for 1 run. Dixon goes to 24, Cook to 9, and it's 485 for 5. Yeah, the good thing about Cardiff is, as we wait, as press comes in again reverse sweep, again Dixon's got a bit on it, but just the 1, good stop this time. 486 for 5. The good thing about Cardiff as a sporting venue, if you've been to Cardiff, you'll know the Millennium Stadium, Principality, wherever it's called now, you walk out and there are the pubs and the bars and the restaurants. You don't get many city centre stadiums these days. So when the football playoffs were there, when they were rebuilding Wembley, it was a really popular venue.
Yeah, I went there for the FA Cup final when Saints played Arsenal in 2001.
Right. Yeah.
2003.
Yeah.
Yep, there is something nice about, like you say, city centre, being able to walk to somewhere. And
it could be carnage the night after night of a rugby international or a football international, although the football tends to be played at the Cardiff City Stadium, which is not a million miles away. I mean, you've got Sophia Gardens, Millennium Stadium and Cardiff City Stadium within 3 or 4 miles of each other.
Organ to continue as he's in bowls. A little shuffle down the track and they'll come through for a single. Dixon moves on to 26 off 37. Cook 9 off 16.
Get me homesick in a minute, Gemma. I'm only 2 days out of Wales.
No, I had a great season down there. Really enjoyed my time with the club and in the area. So Cook facing up to Organ, who's in bowls, tucked away on the leg side, and Cook and Dixon very content at the minute to pick up the singles on offer and put the bad balls away, and that's faring Glamorgan very nicely as they are heading towards that, like you say, the psychological 500, as they're currently 488 for 5.
Yeah, and you'd think they'd want to go just beyond lunch, wouldn't you, if they can?
Yes.
Until maybe the dark clouds start arriving.
Again, a shuffle down the track and hit that in the air, but it's going to land safe in front of Sonny Baker. They come round for 2. Hampshire women in a little bit more peril now. They're 119 for 7 with 15 overs left of the 50. Against Lancashire up at Old Trafford. So we've got a pretty much a scatter field as Organ's in over bowls and defended back to him for no run. Organ's bowled with quite good control today. They've had to, when the shots they've played, they've had to move their feet, they've had to do something a bit different to put him off his line. Otherwise he's bowled fairly controlled.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be a great deal in it for him yet, does there? Yesterday he was bowling around the wicket. We couldn't get to grips with that. As there's a change in the field now.
Reinforcing the offside, bringing in a point from a short mid wicket. Nick Gubbins has to do the move. Glamorgan's in a more flighted delivery and driven straight to extra cover. There's no run. Still haven't seen that change in the weather. We know it's coming, but it's only the screens on our phones that are telling us that. What our eyes are telling us. There's no change yet, but it's due in a couple of hours, so we'll see how that goes. That's driven well on the offside. That'll beat the fielder, beat the cover sweeper, and that's 4 runs to Sean Dixon.
He's looked quite fluent since he's come in, hasn't he, Sean Dixon? 32 off 41. As I said earlier, he was one of those out in the nervous 90s against Yorkshire. 96 he made. Highest score yet for Glamorgan. And the partnerships, well, 79 for the opening wicket, 318. 1 when Callaway went, 38 between Carlson and Ingram, 22 between Ingram and Dixon, and this one is 36 and counting.
Yeah, it's been really good on the from the Glamorgan middle order, say, to build on an epic platform that the top 3, especially Carlson and Hassan, put on with that partnership of 318. But other than the rip snorter that Callaway got, the others have all chipped in, making sure that Glamorgan are pushing towards that 500.
Yeah, Press just concedes 1 then, as Cook moves to 11. And Dixon faces Prest. Plays it in a similar area actually, leg side down to long on. There's a long on and a sort of long off, but in a bit from the boundary. A bit backward of mid off, you'd say. Moves in now as ball is played back down the pitch by the watchful Chris Cook. Press collects off his own bowling. Has a little chat at the end of his very short run, the off spinner.
Just 7 minutes away from the lunch break.
Press bowls. Oh, that's clipped into a pretty vacant area through mid-wicket for 1. Cook goes up to 12, 497 for 5. But it seemed pretty good conditions at the moment, you have to say. As you keep saying, Jana, there's no sign of any dark clouds at the moment. Blue sky above. As Press comes in from the far end. Clipped again. Short on that leg side. Nobody there because they're 3 back on the boundary on that side. So it's an easy single. 498 for 5 now. Dixon goes to 34.
Yeah, I think Hampshire are going to be hoping that the weather forecast is wrong, just like they got the read the pitch a little bit wrong.
Cook waits, just plays it out short on the offside, no run. It's the end of the pressed over. 498 for 5. 6 minutes to go to lunch.
Do we know Glamorgan's biggest ever first innings score when they've been stuck in?
That's one I'll look at in over lunch, I'm sure.
It must be even sweeter bringing up the 500 when you've been asked to bat first on a green-looking pitch.
Yeah, as I said, we won't know how good this is until Hampshire bat, really. I mean, we could be in for the most boring of boring, high-scoring draws.
Felix Organ to continue. He's bowled 29 overs in the game so far. Taken 1 for 123. in bowls, full delivery, driven to extra cover. There's no run. He's picked up the wicket of the captain, Hassan and Carlson, who went for a fantastic 209.
Yes, that second wicket partnership of 318 with Zainul Hassan, just a bit short of the Glamorgan record second wicket partnership of 328. But good enough, as there's a hammer and pads being brought in now, so trying to put a bit of pressure on these batsmen before lunch. Not sure there's been enough of that really.
They've just let them score, haven't they, really?
Yeah, Michael Carberry was getting frustrated yesterday, saying that they're not trying to make something happen, they're almost letting the game meander away from them. They did put pressure on when Zainul Hassan reached the nervous 90s, because he did look, every ball looked as if there was a spike in it for him, and so they read that pretty well, but haven't really done this sort of thing. So there's a man in at short square leg now.
Organ in bowls, and it's tucked away on the leg side. It's fielded off his own bowling. So it's almost like they didn't have they obviously won the toss, decided to bowl, probably expecting Abbott to get a few, or Baker again, and when they didn't, sort of didn't have a plan B.
No, there were no sort of, by what we could see, there are no real imaginative, quirky fields that you sometimes try when you're toiling.
I don't know if that's something we've seen a lot of from Ben Brown. You get obviously different captain styles. He seems a bit more sort of traditional. Has that worked onto the leg side for no run?
Yeah, and everybody's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody is love their different ways. Chris Drew's asking, what does Hampshire's over rate look like?
Minus, is it minus or +1? It's 1 in one way.
Yeah,
It might be plus.
It was plus yesterday.
As Organ tickles that round, Organ bowls, sorry, and Dixon tickles that round onto the leg side. They come through for a single. Yeah, Organ's been bowling quite a bit, and they brought Preston obviously at the other end now, so they've certainly kept on top of their run rate. I'm pretty sure that says +1. I might have to go to High Street opticians, but
well, it's difficult to read with the sun. There we are. Yeah.
It's when that's another thing, that when a bowling side are facing a big first innings deficit, as Organ's in bowls, they'll shuffle down the wicket, pushed up too long on, they'll come through for a single. One of the things that they do have to think about is and that brings up Glamorgan's 500. We've been talking about that psychological milestone. 500 for 5 in the 126th over. They've got to be chuffed with that, Rob.
They really will be happy. You couldn't have foreseen this at 10:30 yesterday morning.
Brilliant. I would say the other thing, if a bowling side looks like, or potentially may not bowl again, they've got to make sure their first innings over rate
Which is the point Chris Drew goes on to make. He said they might not get to bowl again. Well, we shall see on that. But I think you're right. I think it is +1. Because I can't read it very well either.
Organ in bowls, full of delivery, defended for no run. One of the things, I worked in the scorebox here at the Utilita Bowl for nearly 10 years. Glamorgan 500 for 5 off 126. I wasn't the scorer, but I was sat in the scorebox, and I saw so many scorers tearing their hair out about over rates.
Well, it's something you have to keep an eye on, and it's something that they will maybe think about over lunch, because that is the lunch break here at the Utilita Oval. And Glamorgan are strolling off on 500 for 5. Cook is 13 not out. Sean Dixon, Chris Cook to give his full name, and Sean Dixon 35. It's been quite a morning for them. Zainul Hassan finally went for 143 run out by Fletcher Middleton. Ben Kellaway didn't stay long. He was caught brown behind the stumps off Yusuf. Kieran Carlson went for a career best 209, caught Curry. And Ingram went with a score on 458. Again caught Fletcher Middleton, bowled Baker. So Glamorgan, Gemma, in a really strong position, and we wait to see whether they bat on for an extended period after lunch, or B, whether the weather will intervene, and see what happens then.
We'll go and enjoy lunch and see what the clouds do. Okay,
so we shall be back in time for the start after the interval. But here it's Glamorgan, 505, 500 for 5 at lunch. We'll see you after lunch.
Here comes Abbott, bowls. Oh, that's a big LBW. In fact, he's bowled him. I thought perhaps he'd appeal for LBW, but it's cannon maybe off his pad and straight into the stump. So a terrible leave that by Lewis Gregory. Dangerous.
Dawson bowls down the pitch, lofting this down the ground for 4. Jack Leach. Dawson bowls, content to play it defensively. That's the end of the morning session. Somerset going in at 240.
Here's Yusuf then, who's got first up this afternoon and immediately beats the outside edge of Jack Leach. Again, the carry is
poetic. Dawson bowls, Leach drives, 4 runs. Only just.
Probably should have done. Here's Yusuf from the pavilion end. Bowls to Overton, who's hooking. He's got a top edge, but he's going very quickly down to fine leg. It's gone for 4. Baker around the wicket, 2 slips weight. Bowls. Leach cuts that away. Nice shot. Through point for 4. Timed that nicely. Here's Baker around the wicket. That's nicely whipped away. And that's 4 runs through mid-wicket. Wow, he's timed.
Dawson bowls. Overton is caught at short extra cover by Ben Mays.
What Baker's approach to the tail is, and in fact he realised there that was going to be a full one after the short ball. He gets 4 for it. Sliced through the gully region, shortish boundary.
Dawson to Ogborn. Gives that one a little bit more air, and oh, there's a misunderstanding. Shy at the stumps, and he's gone.
Yeah.
And he has gone.
Yeah.
And that was, there probably was a single there that Ogborn wasn't coming, and he's sort of apologising to Jack Leach.
Here's Dawson, down the wicket comes Ogborn. He's hit that nicely over extra cover, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Yeah.
As good as anything we've seen for a while. There are just under 53 overs left in the day, so even if Somerset were bowled out, we've got an awful lot of play left. He's come down the wicket again. He hits it high. Is it going over the head of Sonny Baker? Yes, it is. It's 6.
Wow.
At the Oval in the 50-over competition. Oh, yeah, he's hooked that one. He's got underneath it and helped it down to fine leg. That's a scoop rather than a hook.
Experienced hand to try and knock over the last man, and in fact Jake Ball gets a 4 through the slips. I think that was a sort of fairly airy drive.
Here's Eddie Jack bowls, and that's hit back to him, and that's caught and bowled, and that is the end of Alfie Ogborn. He didn't quite get hold of that. He tried to smack it back past the bowler, but Eddie Jack caught it two-handed on his follow-through, and Ogborn goes for 38.
Gregory bowls, and this is run off a thick edge down towards third man, and we'll go to the boundary for the first runs of the. He's in and bowls to Albert. This is driven nicely away through the offside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Gregory.
Here comes Ogbourne bowls down the leg side. That's 4 somethings, leg buys, 4 runs in fact. Must have just got a little tickle on that, Gubbins.
Leach again, bowls, and Gubbins is back on his stumps, playing that away nicely through the offside. Just a little bit short there from Jack Leach, and Leach again, bowls to Gubbins, who gets an outside edge to an arm ball, which runs away down towards the third man boundary. Alfie Ogbourne in vain pursuit. 4 more runs.
Oh, one of those.
Yep.
This one from Overton is turned into the leg side by Gubbins, but no run, fielded at mid-wicket, and that is tea.
Yep. And well, the clouds are melting away, which is very appropriate from a Hampshire point of view, because
It's called Stars on Sunday. As Overton's around the wicket, Gubbins drives down the ground. Beautiful shot. That's 4 runs up towards the changing room.
for Leach to Gubbins, we got a silly point in, and Gubbins goes for the reverse sweep and nails it. Down to the third man boundary.
He plays some lovely shots, does Tom Prest. It's a lovely weighted back foot drive. And we're into the 3rd innings as it's turned away through mid-wicket. Looks beautifully timed as well. Just erred on 2 straight there over to Gregory again. Bowls, pressed off the back foot, guides that down to third man. There's nobody there, and it's going to be 4 runs. 23, Prest moves on 2.
You know, because he'd be turning it away from the left-hander.
It's Gregory in and bowls. This is cut away down to third man for 4 runs. Short and wide from Gregory, and
Now he's bowling to the left-handed Gubbins. Bowls again. Gubbins down the wicket, hits it powerfully over mid-on. Good shot, and use of the feet was excellent there. In terms of its marketability, its spreading of the game, etc.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is again his cut, but this time it goes past Smead and out
shot
to the boundary for 4 runs. Here's Vaughan to Prest, goes for the reverse sweep and gets it. 4 runs, and that's the 100 on the board for Hampshire. 103. Dave Nosworthy was like that.
Leach bowls, Gubbins turns it into the leg side. That might be 4 actually. He's timed that so well. That's 4 runs off the back foot, and that's his 50.
Here's Jake Ball then, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls to Tom Prest, length ball. Prest gets wrapped on the pad and looks close, he's gone. Jake Ball has done it, first delivery. Prest turns around, trudges back, runs in past the umpire once more. Gubbins cuts that away, and that's gone quickly. He's not run for that. I think it was a bit of a top edge on that one. It's gone very fine. I was looking a little squarer initially.
Bush Telegraph. That's glanced for a boundary by Jake Lehman. Fathers and sons, or cricketers that looked like each other before, and that was very Darren Lehman, that shot.
Proper off drive. Here's Ogbourne to Gubbins in bowls. Gubbins pulls, and it's gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Here we go then. Final delivery. Leach bowls, and Gubbins just quietly turns that away on the leg side, and that is day 2 completed. A maiden over for Jack Leach. Nick Gubbins is 70 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Jake Lehman, 16 not out, returns tomorrow morning. Hampshire 146 for 1.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Here's Jake Ball then around the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, Lehman, who takes his bat out the way. Did he get hit on the arm there? Someone didn't quite get the innings they wanted. That's pulled away, helped down to fine leg by Lehman. In fact, it's gone fine and it's gone for 4 runs. Nicely placed. Moves on to 22 when it's 156 for 1. Ball around the wicket again, short, pulled away by Gubbins, down to fine legs, gone very fine, good bit of fielding, not quite.
Now here's Overton, right arm over and whipped through the leg slide by Lehman, piercing the gap. A brilliant stop. Oh no, it's gone through his hand. It's trickling up to the boundary for 4. Overton past the stumps, edge through first slip. It's going to run away for another boundary. As Overton's past the umpire this time, and a flowing drive through extra cover, again through the gap, 3rd boundary of the over.
If we bring an experience into it. Short ball, pulled away, lovely shot. Jake Lehman, he's played 1 or 2 already this morning.
Jack Leach doesn't take long to hit his mark. A reverse sweep from Gubbins, played gloriously, and I think this is going to beat the fielder in the deep. Yeah, it does. Point just backward of square. Here's Leach again, and an edge and gone. Caught by Craig Overton. The short leg's a good position for the right-hander as he comes down the track, Toby Albert, and clears mid-on. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, but it is going to trickle its way towards the cow corner bound.
Bowls to Albert. Appeal this time for LBW and gone. That one looked much more like it.
Brown faces up. And inside edges, it's gone down towards fine leg, so he is off the mark and it's bobbling its way down to the boundary and just jumps over. Both indexing, it almost looks as if his grip is red, but he's facing up to Leach and he whips through square leg. Really nice shot there. Beats square leg on his left shoulder, and that's winning the race with ease.
Gregory bowls and appeal for LBW. He's in. Bowls a full length and turned away out to deep square leg for 4 runs. Over pitch there. Gregory to Brown, who plays this into the offside, through the offside for 4 runs. Tom Abel dived in vain.
So 69 in total. Here's Leach over the wicket. Sweep shot there from Lehman. It's going for 4. Thought it might just have hit the short leg initially.
Approach up to the wicket and bowls, and this is punched away through the offside by Lehman. It will be cut off by Will Smead, and they'll come back for 2 runs, and that is the Jake Lehman 50 from 94 balls. Ogbourne in and bowls to him again, and bowls him! well bowled Alfie Ogbourne. Ogbourne going around the wicket to Mays, who just lets that run off the face of the bat down towards 3rd man, and it will go over the boundary.
As he begins his career, this is Brown on strike, and his edge has gone through the gap between the keeper and first slip. And Root,
perhaps. Here's Archie Vaughan. Now down the wicket, hits him high over mid-on. Good shot, that one from Ben Mays. There is a fielder 3/4 of the way back at mid-on. It's gone way over his head.
Mays sets up again and faces Lammonby. It's edge just past first slip, and a diving Overton can't quite get there.
To settle for a draw.
Lamby's in, a nice strong cut shot there by Brown through extra cover, and the mid-off gives up in pursuit. A tricky task. Here's Lamby, final ball of the morning session, and it's a nice punch through cover point, and Ben Brown finishes the morning session with a couple of boundaries.
Surprise sports commentary hasn't been tried on AI.
Well, it's interesting you
Perhaps it has.
say that. Oh, he's bowled. He's got through the defences of Ben Mays there. Ben Mays can't quite believe it, just takes his time walking back. Here's Archie Vaughan. Down the wicket comes Brown. Drives that nicely through mid-wicket. Nice use of his feet, nice placement. Neatly along the ground. And that's his half-century.
Ball in and bowls. This is cut away through the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs. To our left, but they've run 2. And Dawson down the pitch, hitting this in the air, and is caught by Tom Abel.
Bowled very short this time, pulled out towards the fine leg boundary, and a good piece of fielding out there. Oh no, it's been parried over the rope before.
Vaughan in and bowls, and a big swing, and not sure whether that came off the inside edge. It's going to go for 4. It's 4 byes, in fact.
Go his way as Overton's running in from the hotel end, and it's just played down towards third man. Quite fine, actually. I think he's beat the man who's very wide down there. He is.
You might see a picture of him somewhere around the place. It's bowled! Done the trick straight away. Lewis Gregory celebrates as well. That's a big wicket. Right, Gregory from the pavilion end once more. This time to Abbott. Oh, it's bowled! Whoa, this is a spell and a half here from Lewis Gregory.
Overton in the bowls, and this is turned down to fine leg, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Round the wicket into Jack. Oh, and another. Oh, now they've gone up for that. So he got a little nick on that. Or has he actually clipped? He's clipped the bails, I think, and the stumps. I think he's bowled him. Either way, it's 9 down. Bowled by Gregory. Jack is out for 2. That's exactly what's happened there. And I have to say, what was that, the 3rd, 4th ball he's bowled in almost that identical area. He's just kept at it.
Terrific bowling. To Baker. Oh, and this squirts off the inside edge. He'll pick up 2 and they'll take the 2. In fact, he'll pick up 4.
Bang goes deeper here on the offside. That's a deep extra cover position, really. Into the pads, LBW appeal. Look, the umpire out. LBW, Baker's gone for 4. Gregory picks up another. It's 5 for Gregory. Terrific work from the skipper. 5 wickets means the Hampshire all out for 336, 286 in front. Well, he's led from the front this afternoon. He's
running in past the umpire towards us, and it's a good leave just outside the off stump. Past the umpire, right arm over and tap down towards fine leg, and that's going to be 4 to start the day off for Somerset's batters.
Their second innings, and that's nicely played off the back foot. Width there from Yusuf, and Archie Vaughan puts that away. Yusuf runs away from us. Bowls Fuller this time, and that's worked through mid-wicket. 4 runs.
What they're meant to be, is it? As Kyle Abbott bowls, and it brings back the outside edge from Archie Vaughan, and that's going to be 4 runs down towards the 3rd man boundary.
Past the umpire and bowls, and that's nicely played by Vaughan into the covers, and that's 4 runs. That's nicely timed. Easy as you like, that one.
It's very reminiscent of his father.
It was, wasn't it? There's one out there for that. Length ball pushes forward off the outside half of the bat, and that's running down to 3rd man. That's going for 4 more. Useful runs here as Vaughan moves on to 30, which I'm sure most people do. As Baker comes in again, shorter, pulled away by Vaughan. It's in the air, and he's caught at deep square leg for the 2nd time in the game.
What did I say?
Can't resist it, can he?
Quite a brave shot to play against Kyle Abbott. Gets away with it, 38 for 1. Bowls, and this time he's punching that away through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. Just a little bit of width from Kyle Abbott. Oh, it takes him on the pad and gone. That's the end of Josh Tom.
It's stuck. That's Cody Yusuf. And Sonny Baker has done it again. This time it's Tom Lannonby. He's gone for 9. Colour. Here's Baker. Rue's chasing that one a little bit outside the off stump, but he gets most of the bat on that as he goes out to Eddie Jack at 3rd man. And I was fortunate to sit with him at Shardalow's when I played for Amersham. He was so generous with his time and wisdom. Look him up, a very interesting.
Explained. Dawson bowls. This is slog swept by James Rue for 4 runs. He moves on to 7. He's only faced 11 deliveries. James Rue enjoying the majority of the strike.
As he tries to pull that away, there's an example of him not being in total control.
There you are.
4 for 8. Here's Cody Yusuf, bowls, and Rue drives. Again, it's come off the outside half of the bats. It's running down to 3rd man where no way
far
Eddie
away
Jack.
from goal.
So they got off to a quick start. They were 33 for none off 7 overs. This time a sweep
That's a
through
good shot.
square leg, and that's already hit the boundary. 104 for 3. As he walks in. A reverse sweep from Rue, and it beats the fielder. It's beaten short 3rd man on the fine side. It's also just gone past the... Here comes Dawson. Again, another sweep shot. And that's just a single as he gets through to 50. It's his 14th in first-class cricket.
Jack bowls. Rue flicks that away down to fine leg. It's going for 4. Wicket. Here we go. Last ball. Rue plays that to mid-wicket, and there we are. End of day 3. Rue finishes 58 not out. Tom Abel 27, and Somerset at 139 for 3 in their 2nd innings. From here, need another 140.
He's bowling to Tom Abel, and that's a full pitch delivery, which is met by a broad Tom Abel bat played out into the offside.
Still Somerset have 7 second innings wickets intact as Abbott comes in to wedges through, and he has carried this time.
Bowls and a run here, probably 4 runs.
And Smead hits it off the back foot, lovely shot in the gap, and that's going for 4. Right, here's Abbott. And that's a thick outside edge, but there's more runs, and it's running down to third man, and it's going to be 4 more.
Yusuf bowls, Abel turns this away through the onside, and it's gone for 4. It's in the air for a time.
I think Essex have lost another wicket there, 5 down at Warwickshire. Nice drive through the covers. That will be Abel's 50. Fielded on the boundary by Eddie Jack, and Abel moves on to 51 off 118 balls with 3 fours. Can't see anybody on the roof. That's a bit of width, and that is caught it back with a point. Mistake from Will Smead.
He is now, and he bowls down the track. He's bowled. Liam Dawson goes running off in Alan Shearer style. You know, the man, the man I'm looking for tips, saying that these are not necessarily the the way to do it.
Yeah, 4 runs.
Baker in and bowls. This is cut away down to deep backward square, deep backward point for 4 runs. Short and wide from Sonny Baker.
Press final ball of the morning session. Bowls and a defensive shot to finish. 2-2-3 for 6 Somerset. The game stands.
Gregory will take him on the pad, and
Abbott again, bowls. Edged! Oh, it's between keeper and first slip, but I don't think it would have carried. But he has found the gap.
As Dawson's in, and down the track comes Tom Abel and whips it away through mid-wicket. I can reassure you, as Abbott bowls and a whip through mid-wicket, glorious shot. The new ball races away to the boundary through that straight mid-wicket region.
Gregory hammers this away through the offside for 4. The target goes down.
262 for 6. Baker bowls. He's bowled him, and there's the breakthrough. Into Ogbourne, and Ogbourne pushes forward, and that is down to third man, and there's the 4.
What did I say? Just got a bit carried away there, I think, Alfie Ogbourne. Going for glory. Abbott to Abel. He turns this away through the onside for 4 runs.
To Leach, length ball. Leach off the back foot, cracks that away. That'll be 4, I think. Hasn't quite reached the rope, it has now.
Here at the Utilita Bowl, it's 100 for Tom Abel, 101 not out, and Somerset have beaten Hampshire by 2 wickets in an absolutely thrilling finish to a great game of cricket.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
So we're not too far away from the afternoon session, so do ask if you are on the field of play at the moment, if you could just make your way off via the Royal Brownsgrove Pavilion end of the ground only. That would be appreciated so that we can allow players to come out and do their warm-ups ahead of the afternoon session, getting underway very shortly indeed. Bear in mind, of course, it is a busy summer of cricket coming up here at Utilita Bowl. We've got, of course, the Rothesay County Championship back in a couple of weeks as Hampshire take on Nottinghamshire, and also the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Hampshire's women as well. They're in action taking on Somerset this coming Wednesday. But the Vitality Blast as well towards the back end of the month. Hampshire begin their campaign for the men and the women away at Somerset on the 22nd of May. And then their first home game here at Utilita Bowl on Tuesday, 26th of May, when they take on Essex. Tickets available for that, of course, via utilitabowl.com and for all fixtures across the course of the summer. And also the annual Hampshire Cricket Foundation auction is now live, with every bid supporting local community initiatives and the continued development of programmes such as the Sports Academy. You can secure unique prizes including Wembley concert tickets, sold out England cricket tickets, hospitality packages and more, while helping raise funds for this fantastic cause. The auction closes on the 7th of May, so be sure to place your bid by heading to utilitabowl.com/auction. That is if you would like to place a bid in the annual Hampshire Cricket Foundation auction. Just a quick reminder as well, in the interests of safety and security of all here at Utilita Bowl, we do ask that you do not leave any unattended items throughout the course of the day. So if you are wandering around, please do make sure to take your personal belongings with you. In the interests of safety and security, we do ask that you do not leave any unattended items here at Utilita Bowl throughout the course of the day. umpires Ben Debenham and Mark Newell returning for the afternoon session.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, ahead of the afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Glamorgan. The umpires Ben Debenham and Mark Newell are virtually have made their way out onto the playing surface, or the actual wicket itself. They'll place the bails on shortly, and the Hampshire team are following closely behind. The state of the game: we are still in Glamorgan's first innings. Overnight they were 353 for 1. At lunch they are 500 for 5. With Sean Dixon resuming on 35 not out. Chris Cook will be 13 not out. And the 4 wickets that fell this morning, the first one to go after half an hour, Zain Al Hassan, run out by a direct hit from Fletcher Middleton for 143. That ended a partnership of 318 with Kieran Carlson. Ben Kellaway, who'd waited ages for his innings, unfortunately didn't trouble the scorers. He was caught behind. A real snorter of a lifter from short of a length through to Ben Brown. Yusuf picking up his one and only wicket to date. Kieran Carlson then was caught by Scott Curry at extra cover of Felix Organ, giving him his 1 wicket. Not before Carlson had completed his first double century of his career, 209. He finished on, and Colin Ingram was out about 40 minutes before lunch, caught by Middleton off the bowling of Sonny Baker for 32 to scoop to short delivery out onto the deep on the leg side. So 500 for 5 Glamorgan. The rain that is forecast for later on this afternoon seems to be a little way away actually, so I think we're going to get a fair chunk this afternoon. Here's Tom Prest. It feels that way anyway. Oh, there's a wicket first delivery, and it is Tom Prest. Caught behind is Chris Cook. He's gone for 13. First delivery after lunch, prodding forward. And Tom Prest, who is a part-time off-spinner, it has to be said, has picked up the 6th Glamorgan wicket, and 500 for 5 becomes 500 for 6, and Prest has picked up just his 7th first-class wicket. So Cook departs for 13. 500 for 6. This might slow Glamorgan up a little bit. So I get the feeling, and it's only my view, I don't know anything really. I don't know what Hampshire are thinking, I don't know what Glamorgan are thinking, but if I was the batting side here, I would probably look to bat once here. And if there is a bit of rain today and a bit of rain tomorrow, then just make Hampshire back the rest of the game if you're going to lose a bit of time as well. So Chris Cook, who has a mighty fine record at first class level, averages 39, has departed. So now we're starting to get into the lower middle order, which might just halt things a little bit. Well, there's certainly some cloud above us, but it's very high and not particularly threatening, depending on what rain app and what weather app you have. Just to give you an example, my one says, it looks like it's changing a bit actually. Well, my one is showing about 50% chance of rain, leading up to 80% by about 3 o'clock. So make of that what you will. I'm Kevin James. Oh, you're gonna come in early. That's very nice of you. Former Hampshire women's player, Gemma Green. You managed to find lunch?
Oh, it was a panic, Kev. I was one side of a door, my sausage and mash was the other side, and the door was locked. So I did what we all do in a panic and phoned you.
Yeah. Did you find it though in the end?
I did.
You got there.
And it was worth the wait and the 3 flights of steps.
Well, Michael Carberry had sausage and mash yesterday, and he ranted and raved about it. Said it was great. So you've done the same. Well, I hope Rob finds his lunch. Here's Tom Prest from the pavilion end then, and the new batter is Tim van der Gooten, who's a bowling all-rounder, I think it has to be said. And that's a nice drive first up. Wow, that's a lovely shot through extra cover. And his first ball that he's faced, I should say, has picked him up a boundary.
You've obviously been on air a few minutes, Kev. Have you given the women's update?
No.
The doom and gloom?
All yours.
Okay.
Here's Tom Prest. It's got a slip in for Van der Gooten, who drives out to deep cover, and there's a slip there. Very nearly brought forward.
Yeah, not the happiest listening if you're a Hampshire fan. The women up at Old Trafford playing Lancashire bowled out in 42 overs for 153. So, yeah, going to have to bowl out their skins without the likes of Bell and Lindsay Smith to defend that total.
Yeah, that feels like a Lancashire win from a great distance away. As runs here as that's driven up to deep mid-off by Sean Dixon. He moves on to 36. And Glamorgan on to 506 for 6 now.
Yeah, Amanda Jade Wellington coming at number 8, top scorer with 32. So not a lot to shout about with the bat from the women today. But Hampshire with ball in hand here at the Utilita Bowl.
It's played back to the bowler by Van der Gooten. 35 years old now, Van der Gooten. He's been around the Glamorgan scene for quite a while. Pressed in again and bowls. It's turned away to mid-wicket. So well done, Tom Prest. On his 7th first-class wicket. He takes his wickets at 68 apiece, so that'll tell you how rare those are. And he'll be fairly happy with that one.
Just to clear up the over rate, because Rob and I were struggling to see the board just before the lunch break, and a few people were emailing in with concerns that Hampshire may not bowl again. The scorer, Fee Newman, did confirm with me it's level at the minute. So
that's right, yeah.
Hampshire are fine at the minute in terms of over rate.
Yeah, they were 4 behind at one stage yesterday, and then it very quickly this morning went to 1 behind, I think. So, or I think at one stage there might have been 1 in front. It seemed to vary wildly, but yeah, it's good news.
Often. You don't see the plus often.
No, you don't. Not with Hampshire.
Right, Felix Organ is going to continue. He's bowled most of the morning from our end, our commentary end.
10 overs.
10 overs in the first session. Continues now. Fly to delivery, reverse sweep. I think it's a bottom edge onto the pad, so he didn't get hold of it quite as cleanly as he was hoping, but that's 1 to Dixon. He moves on to 37.
Did you see any Hampshire past players when you made your way over there? Would you have recognised any if you did?
I didn't.
No.
Or I didn't recognise them if I did. But no, I don't think I did. I overheard some fans, as you do when you're walking around, saying, "Oh, by this rate, Hampshire will be batting a second time this afternoon." Yeah, so there was optimism as ever from cricket fans, but not known for it. But no, I don't think I saw any past players.
I think they're probably having lunch right now.
Felix Morgan has worked away on the leg side for a single.
So if you have seen any, and they're around and about, I think they might actually be lunching in the Shane Warne stand. I'm not 100% sure, if I'm honest. If you have seen any, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, let us know who's here. I know 1 or 2 that are going to be here, but the vast majority I don't know who are here.
Is this something they do every year? That's worked onto the leg side for no run. Yeah. Just any ex-players that are available around, just welcome them back for a day.
Anybody they've got deep contact details for.
So, all getting a little shuffle down the ground, and that's played up the ground for a single. They get Derek Shackleton on Instagram, that sort of thing. Make all those contacts.
Yeah, well, it might be. I think the sort of media team of old didn't quite have those sort of facilities at their disposal, but it's a younger, more dynamic team now around us. I suppose that would be the case.
Organ to Van der Gooten, who defends that onto the offside.
It's whether some of those past players of old, especially, whether they're on those social media channels. I think that's probably more the point.
It's probably a harder generation to round up.
Yeah.
Yes. I guess a lot of retired overseas as well, as Van der Gooten's down the ground and whips that onto the leg side. They'll come through for a single as Fletcher Middleton does the fielding.
Yeah, I think they've sort of alternated, going back to the old players. I think sometimes they've lunched in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie, but if I look over here, from here, it doesn't look as though there's anybody there, but it does look as though they're at the top
Yes, so
top area.
the Colin
So
Ingleby
warm.
was where I went over for my lunch, where I couldn't get in, where I had the panic.
Yeah.
But when I did get in, it was just very much my box of sausage and mash sitting in a big room by itself.
So there was nobody in the big room?
There's nobody in the big room.
Right, so then my guess is they're in the Shane Warne, which is just to the right of the pavilion. As we look, Steve Jenkin has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, not about any players that he's seen, but he says, lovely commentary, thank you. He's taken our mind off the score. Yes, we're also trying to take our minds off the score as well by just chatting, really. Here's Tom Press, start of a new over with his off-spin. And bowls. Van der Gooten goes aerial, and Ben Brown is running back. Well, it's not Ben Brown, it's the slip. It's Toby Albert, and he takes a catch at backward of point. And there's another wicket after lunch. Van der Gooten goes for 7, and Tom Prest has his 2nd wicket.
Absolutely, 2nd wicket in 2 overs since lunch for him. Yeah, Albert did well then, just running. It's never quite as easy, straightforward when you're running and it's over your shoulder. But he made the ground, got himself into a stable base and took that fairly comfortably.
So 500 for 6 now becomes 510 for 7, and we've had 6 wickets today. My word. What a difference a day makes. Just very quickly, back to that email from Steve Jenkin. He says, mentioning naming something after Kyle Abbott. We had that discussion, didn't we? Because you said that, you know, in your time following Hampshire, Kyle Abbott's probably been the best player, and we just mentioned 2 stands that are named after former players. He points out, and this is true, yes, former England women's player, now TMS commentator Alex Hartley, has a floodlight named after Old Trafford. That's true. Whether Kyle Abbott would like the same, I don't know. I suppose you'd have to ask him. Now, Tom Prest's career best bowling is 2 for 32 in an innings. And here he is on 2 for 25. I'd get himself off. I would actually feign injury now. I would say, Skip, I've just gone in the calf. I'll be all right to bat, but I probably won't want to risk further injuring it by carrying on bowling.
There's a lot of discipline-specific injuries in cricket, aren't there? Where you can do this, but you can't field fine leg to fine leg, or you can't, yeah, like you say, you can't bowl a long spell, but you can come and bat. Yeah, we've heard them all.
Yeah. So the new batter is a certain Mason Crane, a familiar name of a bygone age. I say bygone age, that sounds like it was decades ago, but not so long ago. And he's in good form with both bat and ball. Mason Crane drives out into the covers. He's off the mark first delivery. He should get at least 2 as Fletcher Middleton runs around from deep cover.
I don't know if you heard earlier, Kev, when I read out his stats for us versus his stats for Glamorgan, but it's worth recounting.
Yes, please.
So obviously he played here for many years as a leg spinner.
Pressed in. Crane drives to extra cover.
He batted 56 innings for us, scoring 444 runs with a highest score of 29, an average of 10.6, as you sort of expect from your tail-ender bowlers.
Crane pushes forward, and you'll get a quick single as it goes off the outside half of the bat to Felix Organ at backward of point.
And his move to Glamorgan, 31 innings, 795 runs, highest score of 99, 4 50s, and an average of 34.56. That's all-rounder.
That's a vast improvement, isn't it, really? I know he started to work on his batting quite a lot, sort of the second half of his career here. Reverse sweep there, that's gone very quickly from Sean Dixon, and that's gone through backward a point for 4 runs. Total moves on to 513 for 7, and Dixon on to 38. Yes, that 99 that Mason Crane hit this season.
He's had a good season all round. The first game against Yorkshire, he got a 50, 51, and took a fifer. And then, yep, in the last game, stumped on 99.
How unlucky was that? So it's good to see him back. He's at the non-striker's end as Sean Dixon this time just paddles that around, helps it around on the leg side. Fielded down at fine leg by Toby Albert. Throw goes over the head of Ben Brown. And Glamorgan move on to 522 for 7. 129 overs have been bowled in this first innings. He has played for Hampshire between 2015 and 2023, so his second season with Glamorgan. Yep. Mason Crane. Still would like to hear anybody that on the ground that spotted an old player. You may have passed them like Gemma and not really realised they were, but if you do, it'd be nice to know who's around.
Right, Felix Organ to continue. He's taken 1 wicket today. That was the wicket of captain and double centurion Kieran Carlson. As he comes in, dropped in short, worked behind square by Sean Dixon for a single. And he'll be bowling to Mason Crane now, both batter and bowler number 3 on their back. Knit the royal blue number 3 for Organ and the red numbering for the Welsh side.
Is that spooky that 2 spinners have got the same number?
Are you spooked?
No.
No, then no.
Others might.
As he comes in short and off the back foot, Crane plays that onto the offside, come through for another single. They move on to 520 for 7.
Aid Smith's got a suggestion for Kyle Abbott on the name on the ground. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, how about the Abbott Ale end in front of the Hilton Hotel bar? Well,
in front of the Michael Carvery. Yeah. Organ in again. That's on leg stump and helped on its way to the leg side by Sean Dixon. They come through for another single, so these two keeping it ticking over. So you're looking at the weather, Kev. It still seems okay at the minute.
Seems a little way off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Although the sun has gone.
But that's more something for Glamorgan to think about than us to worry about. It's out of our hands. We've just, well, Hampshire, sorry, we've got to just keep plugging away. There's shy at the stumps here, but home and dry and quick single taken on the leg side. Yeah, I don't know if the captain, Carlson, is up there thinking, oh, I'll have a bit longer with my feet up.
So I'd just keep that in.
Yeah. When you've scored a double 100 and you've batted for best part of 3 sessions. Little skip down the ground as that's flicked onto the leg side by Dixon. Another single, so 5 singles off the first 5 balls here. Glamorgan content with just taking the simple runs that are on offer.
So what would you do if you were Glamorgan? What would you do in this situation?
I would keep batting.
Yeah, I think you've got to, really.
Yeah, when we looked at that forecast earlier, but it hasn't yet panned out, and it was saying around 2 o'clock, which we're coming up to now, and nothing's really changed, so I don't think you can look to that as Crane pushes that onto the offside. They'll come through for another single. 6 singles off that Organ over. It ends his 32nd over, and Glamorgan are 524 for 7 off 130.
I think you've got to assume that some time is taken out of the game. Difficult to predict how much, but when you're in this position, there's absolutely no point in batting for a second time. Just put as much pressure on Hampshire as possible and let them bat twice and see what happens. John Stevens has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, is Michael Atherton at the Utilita Bowl today? I've not seen him, but I saw him yesterday. Had a chat with him yesterday, actually. So I'm assuming he's not. It didn't give me an indication he was coming back today. I've been reading his feature, says John, in the Times on Hampshire versus Glamorgan, and his headline of Hampshire Blaze Trail off pitch. But what does he mean by that? I assume he means about the impending takeover by GMR, which is due to be fully completed by the end of this summer. That's pushed around, or pushed on the offside. Start of a new over from Tom Preston. It's Mason Crane facing. As cricketers are invited in the commentary box, is he available? Well, as I say, I don't think he's here today, so no. A bit of bounce down the leg side. Well taken, Ben Brown, who takes the bells off for good measure.
Does, yeah, looks smart bit of work.
Yeah. Yes, the GMR people are in town at the moment. They're around for a few days.
Also inviting Atherton up to the commentary box, a bit of a busman's holiday for him, isn't it? He probably the last place he wants to be on a day off, or day off from commentating anyway.
Yeah, I'd have been surprised if he'd wanted to, but I didn't even think of that yesterday. But I didn't get the impression he was here to do anything like that. That's hit around, well, out down to deep point by Mason Crane. He moves on to 7, and the Glamorgan total on to 525 for 7. Field scatters for Sean Dixon, just a extra cover and a mid-wicket saving one. Everybody else is on or very near the rope. Scattered all round both sides of the wicket. And even then, Tom Prest is making sure that the field is exactly right. He wants deep backward square a little finer. I think that's Cody Youssef down there, away to our left, and Dixon sweeps, and actually it's gone straight to Youssef. So when Tom Prest moved him about 3 paces to his right, he was doing exactly the right thing.
Knew what he was doing.
He did. 5.26 for 7. Dixon moves on to 47. Again, we're just waiting. We're waiting for the ball to make its way back to Tom Prest. Hampshire don't seem to be in that much of a hurry. The over rate is fine. It's level. There's no point in speeding the game up. Crane drives pleasantly up to deep mid-off. He moves on to 8, and it's 5.27 for 7. Not so many people here today as there was yesterday. It was a reasonable crowd here, actually, for a championship day.
I wonder if that's anything to do with last day of the football season.
Oh, do you think so?
Southampton aren't at home, but...
Hammered that away down to deep mid-on. Sean Dixon didn't quite get hold of that one. It might be. Weather not quite as good as yesterday. It was definitely a little bit chillier than yesterday. 5.28 for 7 at the end of that Tom Prest over. Now he has 2 for 37. I mentioned earlier his best ever figures in an innings, which was 2 for 32. So now, unless he takes a 3rd wicket, which will be a career best, this won't be his best figures.
So he didn't do what you said. Now he's got to keep on until he gets a wicket.
Yeah, no, he ignored my advice. Most of them do.
All right, Felix Organ to continue. So still having double off spin at the moment. Let's say the Hampshire's over rate is not an issue, so it will probably go into the plus as the spinners continue. Line and length from Organ, and just batted back to him by Dixon, who's on 48 off 60. Dixon's looked really comfortable. He did this morning and continued so since lunch. There's a slightly more flighted delivery, and that's cut away onto the offside. There's 2 fielders out there, and I think it's stopped by a boot originally, but I think there's a bit of backspin on it.
No.
No?
No.
Did it go straight through him?
No, it went on the boot of Curry onto the boot of, I think that's Ben Mays out there.
Oh, it's a little 1-2. Talking of the football season, yeah, that's exactly what's happened. It's gone boot, boot, over the rope for 4, so yeah, get your hands down. That's seam bowlers for you, isn't it? Stick a big boot in the way if you can. Didn't work on this occasion, 4 runs. And that brings up Dixon's 50. He's 52 not out. Next ball's driven up the ground for a single, moves him on to 53. Half century for Dixon.
Yeah, 2nd half century in a row as well. Got 90 in Glamorgan's first innings against Leicester in their last game at Cardiff.
Slight change in field. The deep mid-wicket is coming on into the what would be the one-day ring, as Crane works that behind square on the leg side as they come through for another single. Bring Dixon back on strike. So Organ ready to bowl again, getting through his overs nice and quickly. And sort of stunted down to short 3rd man. What do they call that in baseball, Kev, when they just sort of jab on it? There's a word for it, isn't it?
Oh,
bunt.
there is.
Bunt.
Yes.
Yes. That was a sort of baseball bunt as they come through for a single.
Got the lights coming on here.
The Alex Hartleys. Organ in, drives. And that's driven to long off for another single. That ends the over. 8 from that over. Glamorgan 5-3-6 for 7.
Tough day for the Hampshire women up at Old Trafford in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Hampshire women top the group at the moment. Lancashire have had a bit of a slow start so far, but it looks like we'd think they would win that one. Hampshire bowled out for 153, and Eve Jones
Pick up.
and Emma Lamb. Oh, they're going off.
We're off.
Eve Jones and Emma Lamb have opened up there, and Lancashire are 9 without loss. So yes, the players are going off. That surprised me actually. Well, I would have seen it, but there's clearly a bit of rain out there, and it's fine rain. It doesn't feel like, I'm looking around the ground, there doesn't seem any umbrellas. Maybe they've gone for light.
They've declared.
Oh, they've declared, have they? Oh, right, okay. Thank you.
I've only seen it come on the streets screen now.
Oh, right. Well, there we go.
Came out of nowhere.
That has totally taken me by surprise, because I have to say I thought Glamorgan would go for 550 minimum. Yeah, well, there you go. I am totally surprised. My first thought was rain, and as Gemma said, no. 536 for 7 then. So Sean Dixon finishes on 54 not out. Mason Crane on 10 not out. 132 overs were bowled in that Glamorgan first innings, which was dominated by that partnership between Zain Hassan and Kieran Carlson. They put on 318 for the second wicket, 79 for the first one. Hassan involved in that one as well with Asa Tribe, and then contributions down the order has got to Glamorgan to this point. 536 for 7. The bowling, a couple of wickets for Tom Prest, not quite a career best, but 2 for 37 from him, a wicket each for Abbott, Yusuf, Baker, and also for Felix Organ. The bowling's quite shared out there actually when you look at the number of overs they've all bowled. Felix Organ with the most with 33, 25 Abbott, 22 Yusuf, 24 Baker, 21 Curry of the quicker bowlers. Right, so I think we'll take a quick break while we wait for the heavy roller to do its thing, and the lines to mark out, although they would have been done at lunchtime, so they can't be that messy. We're back in just under 10 minutes.
it's going to be really interesting. The target we've worked out between us to avoid the following is 387, because the Gemma, Kevin, or myself trust our mathematics as individuals. So what do you think, Kev? Surprised, I think you were, that they came off that quickly?
Yeah, but I mean, well, you've done this a lot, I've done this a lot. I've sort of tried to give up predicting. I thought 550 would have been a minimum, but I fully understand if that's the reason. The light's coming on, and you know they're going to get a little session in before the rain comes, if it comes, but it's forecast. This is a tricky time.
Yeah, there are 4 slips to Tim van der Hoogten, the Australian-born Dutch international, who's coming in from the pavilion end, and on the money straight away, as he so often is. Yeah, 4 slips. There's cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg to Tony Albert, and it's going to be a key part of this encounter. Now we'll see just how good 536 is, and Albert strokes that away. Nice push to force mid-off to come across. Hampshire off the mark, 1 for no wicket. The press boys I spoke to anticipate the rain at 3. It's gone back a bit, and they think things are looking better for tomorrow. Now I don't know who the weather guru is over there, but that was their considered opinion. My app says the rain is due to start in 11 minutes.
It's very precise.
It is like that. It's not always correct, but it sounds good. As Van der Hoogten goes around the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, who comfortably plays that into the covers. A little misfield on that there, but it doesn't count for anything. But Hampshire have their second run.
So Toby Albert, who has taken over the opening batting duties alongside Nick Gubbins, who's doing it for the first time actually this season. Joe Weatherly tried for the first couple of games, didn't quite work out. Albert 42 and 22 in the game here against Somerset 2 weeks ago.
Van der Hoogten to Albert for defensive. To mid-off, Kieran Carlson at first slip, Asa Tribe second slip. That's where he likes to be. And Sean Dixon made a very handy, what was it, 54 not out before Kieran Carlson called it a day. He's the 4th of the slips. Colin Ingram, as ever, first slip. Chris Cook behind the stumps. Standing back for Van der Hoogten's first over. He, at Trent Bridge, mentioned it yesterday, he and Carl Verreiner, the Nottinghamshire keeper, gave an exemplary display of keeping up to the stumps. So we'll see whether he employs that at any time today. Van der Hoogten turns again. He's been such a fine operator for Glamorgan. Big shout behind, umpire not interested. It was worth a shot, but I think it was going down leg.
Yes, expect a few of those, I think. I think that's always the case, isn't it? When you've been in the field for so long and watched a side rack up quite a few runs, then it's pretty inevitable that you're going to get a few big shouts early on in your reply. Gareth Hill, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think it's gone to you as well, actually. Rob, a report from the balcony. The temperature has dropped a touch and a gentle breeze. Yes, well, that's the weather changing a little bit, isn't it?
Could be a very good time to get Hampshire in. If they're the people I keep seeing, they've got a brilliant room. Can you ask for a room facing the pitch, I wonder, in the hotel attached to this?
Well, here's the story.
They don't have to move.
No, well, here's the story. When this hotel was first built, I'll come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, because McIlroy is going to be bowling for Glamorgan, the left armour, and that's squirted off the bat of Gubbins.
So Ryan Hadley doesn't open the bowling then?
No, he tends to come on first change. And in the words of Glamorgan, he's lived up to his reputation so far. He ruffles a few feathers when he does, but he doesn't like opening. So it's Jamie McIlroy, left arm fast medium. Balls now. Gubbins places that down, takes a quick single, shy at the stumps from Zainul Hassan, but to no avail, and it's 3 for no wicket.
Tom Johnson has emailed. I can almost feel the delight in this email. Sitting below you, just felt a spot of rain. And feeling the excitement as that was written.
Well, according to my app, it should start in 7 minutes, so it's here early. It's so precise.
That's still pretty good, though.
Anyway, I took your turn, Kevin.
No, don't worry, it's no problem. McIlroy has 4 slips waiting over the wicket. Bowls. Albert plays that out 2 point. Now, McIlroy didn't play last year, did he? He was injured, didn't he?
No. He's Hereford born, and I haven't seen a great deal of him this year at all. He's got a best of 5 for 34. 1 5-wicket haul, which was that one. He's 31 now, though.
Yeah. First game of the season, first championship game of the season. Albert drives up to mid-off.
Of course, they lost James Harris just before the start of the season, which many people thought would be a big blow. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how many wickets they take today, because there was a feeling that going into the season with Harris going so late as well, just announcing his retirement a few weeks before the start of the campaign, that they were maybe a seamer light. We shall see.
We will. Left arm over, comes in and bowls. Bit of swing there, full, driven and stopped on his follow through. Definitely a bit of shape. The ground staff are making their way over to the covers, which again is a sign of what they expect is coming, and which we've been waiting.
Okay,
but according to your app, it's just what I was going to say. They could have given themselves 6 minutes grace, the ground staff. There they are, starting to sit on the cover. Poised as McIlroy comes in again. Runs away from us and bowls. Albert pushes that into the covers. They're going to take a quick single. Nice aggressive running between these two. It's a long haul, but that's the thing about when you've been in the field for so long, that when you come out, is keep yourself sharp. It's very easy to think, oh gosh, you know, the scoreboard, you look at it and you think 500 and odd and 380 to avoid the following. It's very easy to get bogged down in numbers, and they feel huge numbers after what you've watched. But just these quick singles just keeps you sharp, keeps the mind active.
Yeah, sign of intent.
Small gains, but it's important as an individual.
4 slips, waiting for any edge off Albert as Van der Hoogten comes in from the pavilion end. It's played out to point where Zainul San sweeps on that to stop any thought of a quick single.
Tim van der Guten's been a good servant for Glamorgan over the years, hasn't
he? He's 35 now. He's got 8 wickets so far this season. 4 for 54 is best, and just so economical as well, as he comes in again from the far end. Good push drive through. That's going to go for 4 runs. I'm sure it'll be the first 4 for Hampshire in their resumption. Sweet shot off the bat of Albert. That timed that really well. There was a forlorn chase by the fielder, and Hampshire go to 8 without loss. I think it's clear that yes, we've had a fall of wickets today, but they're going to have to earn these wickets.
Well, heavy roller hopefully has made a bit of a difference.
Unhooked and in again. That one is on target but goes wide of Albert's off stump.
And by that I mean, obviously with a heavy roller, you'd hope that that deadens the wicket a little bit. That's the idea. Irons out a few of the imperfections that would have been created when the ball is bowled into the surface, but generally just tends to just flatten it out a bit more.
There are 6 groundsmen sat on the big hover as Van Hookten next shot is next ball is just played comfortably into the onside, no run. 8 for no wicket.
How many minutes now, Rob?
Just in 2 minutes. I mean, it's imminent. It's imminent. I think if you look to your left, is that where it's coming from? I'm not sure.
No, it's usually about 1 o'clock as we look.
Right, okay.
Over the Shane Warne.
In which case it's covered on the far side, so they won't notice the difference. As Van Hookten comes in, bit of bounce in that. There's no run there though, and it's 8 for no loss.
Yeah, that's generally where the weather comes from, sort of over the left part of the Shane Warne, but generally over that way. If it comes from the Portsmouth side, there's no point hanging around.
Okay.
You just say good night, everybody, and we'll see you as and when.
Is Portsmouth, as in The Simpsons, one of the characters in The Simpsons, it perpetually rains, does it?
Yeah.
As Van Hookten, well, there was an attempted drive there, but it didn't go where Albert expected. In fact, it went off the edge of the bat to Hassan in at point. No run though, and no damage done. 8 for no wicket, Hampshire, after 3 overs.
Email here from Michael Lithgow, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. It says, during COVID, members had 3 options. You'll remember that COVID year, we didn't start playing till August. Pay membership or donate to what I thought was the RNLI or skip a year. We paid membership, and as a thank you, we were offered a room at the Hilton Hotel. Other hotels available, of course. Pitch facing for, I think, a 50 over game, which the club paid for. A nice gesture, that was nice. Start of a new over. McIlroy gets worked to extra cover, and there's no run. I think I remember that, actually, yeah. A bit difficult, wasn't it? Because nobody really knew if there would be any cricket. There was a bit of international cricket. This was one of 2 grounds that hosted international cricket that year, along with Old Trafford as a biosecure venue.
I assume that rooms on the pitch side of the hotel are probably a little bit dearer, maybe adding in the admission fee.
Yeah, especially the T20 nights, that's for sure. Good carry through to keeper Chris Cook. Yeah, just going back to that, you were saying about a room and doing commentary. When this hotel was built, the very first couple of games were T20 games, and all the pitch-facing rooms, I think it's all of them, certainly, and they might be on one floor, they might be on all floors, they have ISDN lines in them.
Right.
And it was an idea that we would commentate from the room at the balcony. And we did for the first couple of T20 games, and then they realised, the club realised, hang on a minute, this is costing a few quid. As Gubbins is on the back foot, works out to extra cover, so we quickly got moved. In those days, we were back over by the pavilion
I
side.
hope you weren't onto room service all the time.
No. But rather stupidly, we didn't make use of because it was a bedroom. You think, well, actually, after a T20 night, couple of drinks, stay overnight. But I actually went, well, the trouble is I'm quite close to here. It's a bit stupid staying here, really, for me, because I'm close by.
I've broadcast from plenty of hotels in my time, usually in foreign places.
Yeah, yeah. But it was a lot of fun for those couple of games, I must admit, and TMS still do that now. Gubbins is forward, is going to take a quick single again out into the covers. It was hit to the right of Ben Kellaway.
I have an update. Light rain is expected to start in 1 minute, so it's less than that now because this arrived about 30 seconds ago. Then become heavy rain 38 minutes later.
I'm loving this preciseness.
Well, whether it's true.
It's a good guide to go on, though. Right, here's McIlroy again to Albert this time. There's been a little bit of shape on 1 or 2 of the deliveries that he's let go, and that's a thick outside edge, and it runs through gully, and it will go for 4 runs. Hampshire move on to 13 without loss. Stephen Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I've had lunch, lovely. I've walked a lap, invigorating. Now settling in for a great afternoon's cricket. Well, yeah, well,
hopefully.
Yeah, it might be intermittent.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it feels as though the rain, I don't know, isn't too far away, but ground staff are still by the covers, so they are expecting something. McElroy comes in again, it's outside off stump, and it's left alone. End of the over. So Albert has 10, Gubbins has 3, and Hampshire have knocked off 13 of the 387 they need to avoid the follow-on.
And if you're a Wrexham fan listening, then unfortunately they've missed out on the playoffs. Southampton have breezed in, and they've won 3-1 at Preston today to go into the playoffs in fine fettle, but Wrexham have been held to a 2-all draw by Middlesbrough, and Hull City are leading, they're leading 2-1 against Norwich, which means that in the live table Wrexham have finished 8th rather than 7th as Van der Hoogten comes around the wicket, and there's no run from the bat of Gubbins, but they've done unbelievably well, Wrexham, and we'll be hoping that there's still an injury time goal for Norwich that would turn things around for them and will get them into the playoffs. But if I was a betting man, and I'm not saying it because I'm in Hampshire, I would say Southampton are very much favourite for those playoffs. As Van der Hoogten in from the far end, the left-hander Gubbins plays a straight back down the pitch, no run, 13 for no loss. We're still playing, we're still waiting for the rain, which should have arrived a minute ago.
I'd scrub that app if I was you.
Well, yeah. Light rain is expected for 36 minutes now. This is covering West End, Eastleigh. Are we? Is this
West
where
End,
we are?
yeah, West End.
Yeah. Van der Hoogten in. Gubbins shoves him all, but Gubbins gets it away on the onside. He's going to get 2 runs, as the onside is sparsely populated with fielders. He moves up to 5. Hampshire 15 for no wicket.
Those ground staff aren't moving.
No, even though it says rain getting heavier is the well. Van der Hoogten in once more. Gubbins turns. Oh, he's caught behind. There's a big shout for it. He doesn't move, neither does the umpire. Sit down is the shot from somebody below us. I thought he just got out of the way, I'll be honest. He swiveled to have a go at it.
Well, it's nipped back, which you wasn't expecting.
No.
Bounced, and it may just have clipped the arm, maybe the shirt on the way through, but good delivery. Definitely worth a shout.
Yeah, it didn't seem a contrived shout, did it? They all went up for it. But an over Van der Hoogten again. That's much better from Gubbins, who forward drive into the offside, no run. And Hull City have beaten Norwich 2-1, so Wrexham miss out. So for the first time in 4 years, they won't get promoted this season. Meanwhile, Hampshire face the daunting task of replying to 536 for 7 declared. Van der Hoogten in again. Lovely punch drive. That's 4 runs for Gubbins. He moves up to 9. Hampshire go to 19 for no wicket.
Rob Phillips is staying on, and he's going to be joined by Gemma Green.
Edward Cooper has sent us a question for the rain break. So we'll work on that during the rain break. He says, name 2 England players from the Channel Islands linked with Southampton whose international careers for England ended before Asa Tribe was born.
Hi, Rob.
Gemma, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Had a quick call up from Kev. I wasn't expecting to be on.
McElroy in from the near end, and that goes past the bat of Albert. No run.
I'm delighted to be on, but I was just busy at the back of the box shadow batting, which is my best form of batting.
Right. Yeah, with a bat. With a. You better explain the plastic bat you bought.
I've got my niece over at the minute. She's Spanish.
Right. Oh,
she's
right.
5 and she's coming to my club game tomorrow, so I thought I'd buy her a bat to bring along.
McElroy in. The rotor's gone wrong. McElroy balls. Past the off stump. No run. 19 for no wicket. 52 overs and 4 balls remaining today.
Yes, I got myself to the club shop and picked up a little bat for her to play with tomorrow. Try and inspire the kids.
Very good. McElroy balls again, leaving us left-handed. Played out in the offside, full slip. Comes across to retrieve. 19 for no wicket, and they'll just play it as every ball comes now, won't they, Hampshire? No need to, well, they won't want to chase anything. They'll just bat away and bat for time.
Absolutely, that's the key, isn't it? We can see about half a dozen ground staff perched on the hover cover. They have been there for the last 15 minutes or so.
Obviously have the same app as me. As McElroy runs away from us. Again, every ball is greeted with a ooh and an ah.
So even that huge appeal in the last over was a leave, wasn't it? It wasn't sort of playing a wide one or anything like that. It was an attempted leave that just nipped back and may have brushed something other than the bat or glove. But yeah, Hampshire just need to stick out this session, however long it may be.
Well, you remember that the big partnership was ended this morning by a run-up from Fletcher Middleton, who had a really good game in the field. McElroy balls. Played to point, no run. 19 for no wicket.
That's why Kev got off. He's just had a little go with the bat. That's why he called me, and he's now just facing up.
Well, are we allowed to say he hit a century and took 4 wickets?
I don't think he's
balls?
mentioned it today,
no.
so someone needs to.
I'm sure if we get a long discussion, it'll come up. But I only know that because I just saw it on the wall as I walked past. So I did know it. McElroy balls. Looking for 1 wicket, I mean. No run, and the Glamorgan fielders are running to their positions now. Wasn't it Sachin Tendulkar? Rahul Dravid.
Yeah, never heard of him.
4 in 4. Yeah. I'm sure Kev can tell us if there are 3 hours rain break. I'm
like
sure
to
we can
talk about
it.
it.
No, is that right? I think if I had that, I'd be talking about it all the time.
I think on Wednesday he talked us through the wicket of Dravid. I think it was caught
right.
short leg, wasn't it, Kev? Is that Dravid? Yep. This must be my over. Sorry, I'm getting...
that was Van Houten. No, straight back. We missed nothing.
I'm thinking of, Kev's fourfer. Van der Gooten to continue. He's into his 4th over. Still got the 4 slips in place. Glamorgan would love a breakthrough now. Say Hampshire just need to dig in for this session, but Glamorgan would love to get a scalp as he comes in. That's left alone outside the off stump by Nick Gubbins.
I suspect Ian Jones is back with us. He was going to take a break to watch, or however he watches it, to watch Swansea play Norwich. And he's happy, mission accomplished, he says, because Swansea were 3-1 winners over, sorry, not Norwich, Charlton. 3-1 winners over Charlton. So welcome back, Ian.
Van de Gutten around the wicket to the left-hander, tucks Gubbins up and manages to squirt that onto the leg side. There's no run.
You've missed loads.
It is looking a bit murky now. Obviously, like you say, the lights came on just before Glamorgan declared.
And those groundsmen who were sat on the hover,
they're actually on their feet now. They were
in fact,
perched.
the two batsmen are walking off.
They're the only two, but it almost looked like they decided, didn't it then?
Yeah. Okay, umpire, we've had enough for now, thanks.
So the umpires and the fielders are going to follow, as you can probably hear the roar of the hover cover as it's coming into action.
They are brilliant machines, though, aren't they?
Yeah, incredible.
I mean, I don't have a clue how it works, but I just know it's one of the great inventions for a cricket field, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the way these pitches, particularly international pitches like this, the way they drain so quickly.
Yeah, it's amazing. They we got this, well, Hampshire got this for the World Cup, so we've had it since 2019.
Yeah. And mighty noisy, but mighty fine it is too.
Absolutely.
So, Hampshire are walking off at 19 for no wicket. Tony Albert not out on 10. Nick Gubbins not out on 9. One big shot for call behind, which didn't get the affirmative answer from the umpire. And we just wait and see when we're back on now then, Gemma?
Yeah, we don't know if it looks sort of like it could get set in, but it also doesn't look too heavy at the minute. So, as always, our guess is exactly that.
Yeah, well, I've now got, my app is now showing rain falling on my phone. So it's a brilliant app, but it wasn't far wrong, was it? And actually the spectators are heading to under the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. So there aren't many in the open seats now. In fact, they are scattering quickly to get some cover. So we shall return, I'm sure, when the rain break is over. But at the moment, with Glamorgan having posted 536 for 7 declared today at the Utilita Oval, Hampshire are 19 for no wicket in reply. And as soon as there is any play, myself, Gemma James and Kevin James will, Gemma Green, Kevin James will return.
Leicestershire 58 for 2. They trail Nottinghamshire at home by 432 runs. At the Oval, Surrey are 167 for 1, trailing Sussex by 191. And in Division 2, Derbyshire 195 for 6. They trail Kent in Canterbury by 157. At Lords, Middlesex are 420 for 8 against Durham. And Northampton So unfortunately no play here at Utilita Bowl just at the moment. Let's bring you a result for Hampshire women in the Metro Bank one-day cup. Unfortunately, Hampshire falling to a 6-wicket defeat to Lancashire. That is after Hampshire bowled out for 153, and Lancashire knocking that total off within 34 overs. So Lancashire women win that one by 6 wickets, and Hampshire will look to get back to winning ways in the Metro Bank one-day cup on Wednesday as they host Somerset here at Utilita Bowl. That one at 10:30 start, gates opening at 9:30. So hopefully you can join us for that one. But the result from Old Trafford is that Lancashire won by 6 wickets. And next up for Hampshire, taking on Somerset in the Metro Bank one-day cup here on Wednesday. So thank you for your patience this afternoon. As you can see, the rain has stopped and the ground staff out there working hard to begin the clear-up operation. Just to let you know, we will have an official inspection from the umpires if there is no further rain at 5:15. So if there is no further rain, we will have an inspection from the umpires at 5:15. We will, of course, bring you any news from that inspection as and when we get it. And fingers crossed we can get a little bit more cricket here in the evening session on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match. So 5:15 inspections from the umpires if there is no further rain. So then, that inspection that we are expecting at 5:15 is taking place with the umpires, and we have some good news to bring you, because if there is no further rain, we will restart at 5:40, so 15 minutes from now, 5:40, and we will have a further 16 and a half overs remaining in the day. So if there is no further rain, we will restart at 5:40 with 16.3 overs remaining in the day.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where after a break of nigh on 3 hours, we are going to get some play late on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Glamorgan. When we left the play, or the players left the field at around 25 to 3, Hampshire were 19 without loss, replying to the rather large total of 536 for 7 declared that Glamorgan made in their first innings. So after a break of 3 hours, we've lost just 35 overs, work that one out, and we will have 16.5 overs of play, assuming the light holds and there is no more rain. Your commentary team is still here. Yes, we haven't left. A little later, former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green is still here, but it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Wales, it's Rob Phillips. Rob, Glamorgan will want to play as much as possible, won't they?
They will, yes. They were in this situation at Nottingham, the reverse, when they had to go in really late, when most people had expected play wouldn't resume, and they got through that okay. But, I mean, in sessions like this, you want to be the fielding team, don't you? You can gain very little as the batting side, and you've got an awful lot to lose.
For sure. So the 2 not-out batters are the openers, Toby Albert on 10 and Nick Gubbins on 9, and we're going to get the last 3 balls of Tim van der Gooten's over from the pavilion end. Oh, yours, Rob.
And it looks as if many people have given up the ghost on there being play, because we might move around to make the crowd look more. Van der Houten in from the far end. It's played away by Nick Gubbins.
I think there's more stewards than crowd.
I was going to say, unless they're in the safety of a lounge somewhere.
Yeah, there'll be a few in the atrium. And yeah, just looking out the windows at the far end. But yeah, it was interesting how a lot of the crowd made their way to the exits about 10 minutes before the rain came. I think they knew that that was probably about it. 4
slips for Van der Houten, comes in from the far end, the pavilion end, and a straight bat to Van der Houten's delivery. 1 more for a maiden. He's in his 4th over, none for 12. And just to say, we've got 16 overs remaining today, with Hampshire replying on 19 for no wicket to that mammoth total of 536 for 7. There we go, declared. And that's a lovely 4 straight drive down the ground. So they will move on to 23. Nice shot from Albert, that one. Gubbins, that one. He goes to 13. Albert goes to 10. And it's 23 without loss. And we'll see whether Glamorgan persist with McElroy from this end, or whether we might even see the Australian Ryan Hadley. In fact, it does look as if Hadley is going to get his first bowl of this innings.
New South Wales?
New South Wales has made quite an impact as well.
Has he?
Glamorgan said he'll ruffle a few feathers when he arrived, and he's done that. He's a bit more rapid than he looks, and certainly there were spells against Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire where he generated decent pace.
Looking forward to this then. Always a bit... it's always interesting to watch, isn't it? Bowlers that just bowl a little bit quicker than the rest. So 23 without loss, 16 overs to negotiate. It will probably take just over an hour, I would have thought. The lights are on. Right arm over, comes in then past the umpire and bowls. And there's a length ball. Oh, it's nipped back a fraction on Toby Albert. Half shout. Well, Hadley already asking the umpire, did it move too much? Where was it?
Yeah. No, he's pointing to a foot mark as he chats to the umpire going by. He's smiling about it.
It's a good shout.
It was
may just have hit the pad. Sorry, it might have hit the inside edge on the way.
I thought there was a bit more of a noise than there would be if it was a pad.
I think you're right. Well, it's a good start, isn't it? First delivery. 27 years of age, Hadley. And he comes in. And bowls to... That's just played out on the offside. Toby Albert, I nearly said Nick Gubbins, but of course he's at the non-striker's end. Looks like he hits the deck a bit.
Yeah, he gives it a go. As I said, he generates enough to hurry you.
Played 8 matches for New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield competition, 22 wickets at 34.
And typical of an Australian, he's a good talker as well. Very good talker.
Ideal man to interview at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, I think it'll be Kieran Carlson today somehow.
Yeah. I would worry if all of a sudden at the end of 16 overs you're going to be talking to Hadley. I would fear for Hampshire in that situation. Here he is then. Certainly hits the deck and hits the bat as that's played out to point. It's signed for the first 6 matches, I believe.
Yeah, he's and as I say, he's made an impact. He took 3 for 62 in his first innings against Yorkshire, then 3 for 35, and then 4 for 76 against Nottinghamshire. And in the last game, he took 2 for 90 as Leicester reached 586 for 7, declared on a hybrid pitch.
Hadley to Albert. Comes in again, and Albert's forwards going to take a quick single out into the covers, carrying on where they left off before the rain, where the running between the wickets, they were looking at every opportunity. So it'll be Nick Gubbins' his first look at Hadley.
Yeah, and they'll want to survive tonight.
So he played 18 first-class matches, Ryan Hadley. 48 wickets at 34 career. So his 34 wickets this year for New South Wales was bang on par at 34 apiece.
They like looking around Australia. Obviously they've had Marnus Labuschagne for the last few seasons, and he's been a terrific addition. Not here this year.
3 slips on the gully for Hadley, for Gubbins as he comes in and bowls, and Gubbins leaves alone. Nice carry through to Chris Cook. Looks strong, doesn't he? Tall.
He looks like a fast bowler, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Looks like a fast bowler, as I've said often enough while I've been down here. When they tell me they're 6'4", well, I've got no idea. But he is, put it this way, with my little selfie stick when I interviewed him, it was quite high above me to get level with his head.
Last ball of his first over. One's away from us, past the umpire, and bowls to Gubbins straight, and Gubbins is in behind that one. Pushes that up to mid-on. End of a decent first over from the Australian import. 24 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, tidy enough, just the one off it. I wouldn't say the light is terrible at the moment. I've been in gloomier situations, but the lights are on. I've got to say, comparing test grounds, the lights are much better than at Trent Bridge. At least all the bulbs seem to be working here, although I notice there are multicoloured lights as well. Don't know what that's about. Some green, bit of pink there.
Bit odd.
Yeah. So Van der Hoogten over the wicket to Albert, who's on 11. And straight past the off stump. Tony Albert just raises his bat to allow that to go through. 24 for no wicket.
Yes,
Van der Hoogten, you can normally guarantee bowls a decent line and length.
Both these bowlers hit the deck, don't they?
He was actually born in Australia, of course, Tim Van der Hoogten, even though he's a Dutch international. In again from the far end, and that's a lovely punched straight into the offside. They're going to scamper through for 2, takes the score to 26.
Again, that's good running. They could have quite easily just settled for a single there. Could have just ambled through for a single and take it easy, but no, aggressive running once more. Long way to go. Remember, the follow-on target is 387.
Well, it sets up tomorrow, doesn't it? Provided we can avoid the rain. Apparently it's looking better tomorrow than it was. Van der Hoogten bowls again. Straight through to Chris Cook. 3 in the slips. Colin Ingram, the captain, Kieran Carlson. What a couple of days he's had with his first double century. And Asa Tribe, who's out for 45 in the first innings, just before lunch. Probably feels he missed out a bit. But he will hope that he doesn't have to bat again, I'm sure.
I'll be surprised.
Van der Hoogten in from the pavilion end. Oohs and ahs, but I thought he raised his bat to that, Albert. Not too many problems.
Yeah, I think they got excited. It does look like it nipped back a little bit with a bit of bounce. A little too wide.
Providing their own sound effects. There's a bit of kidology there as well, isn't there? Ooh, oh, yeah. That was close. And
always in these situations.
Actually, we might be able to hear if there's any shouting going on. What's happening on the in that slip cordon, but a bit far away, I suppose. As Van der Hoogten comes in again, and that's straight bat by Albert to the offside, picked up by Ben Callaway, who is didn't trouble the scorers today on his return from his hip injury, but will be glad to be out there. Just lasted the 6 balls before he was caught behind off Cody Youssef.
That ball bounced, didn't it, from a length?
Did he? He got probably the best delivery of the day, didn't he? As Van der Hoogten bowls, and
bit like
time
that.
Albert took his top hand off the bat, or bottom hand off the bat. But he survives. 26 for no wicket, 13 for Albert and 13 for Gubbins.
Albert's faced just a few more deliveries. So we have 14 overs left in the day. Just a reminder, we've lost 35 overs in total over 3 hours. Mind you, there was a tea break included in that, but even so, it doesn't feel as though that works out. But it always feels as though there's more time lost than overs, which I suppose is a good thing for the game, but it does mean that we'll be playing some extra time tomorrow. The lunch will be at 1:10. And things will fall into place from there. But we'll do, I think it's 106 overs tomorrow, isn't it? Somewhere 104 or whatever it is.
Wow, you get paid overtime?
Well, I don't know about you, Rob. Outside the off stump from Hadley to Gubbins. No, I'm on the same rate. I won't get paid overtime.
I just enjoy my work.
I was going to say, I would say we do it for less, but I fear that if I do it for less, I'll end up paying myself. Right, that's obviously not true. 26 without loss, so 510 runs behind on the first innings currently. That is an awful lot, of course. It's still one of those situations as a batter, you try not to look at the scoreboard, just try and forget it, because there are big numbers where Hampshire are behind. Hadley in again, and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins is forward, nicely played. A little bit further pitched up this time from the Australian.
Mark Jenkins has been in touch on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. Fantastic news that Newport County is still in the 2nd Division, League 2. Thank you, Mark. I am a lot more relieved than I was an hour or so ago when they were heading out of the Football League.
Great news.
Yeah. To some.
Hadley bowls. Good leave. Good carry. Through to Cook. Keeping it there or thereabouts. That's what Glamorgan need to do, just to find something in this pitch.
I've always wondered what people do if they don't like sport. How do they get their emotions sort of tickled? Because I don't know what I'd do without sport. It's been so much a part of my life, working life as well, thank goodness. And for you, Kevin, of course, it was your life. And
yeah, we're very lucky, aren't we, to be involved
in
what we're doing. It's Hadley. In again, bowls to Gubbins, and Gubbins works that to the onside, and a bit of aggression there from Hadley, which is all right. as he moves smartly to his left, threatens to throw the stumps. That's no problem there.
He's not giving much away, I will say this.
No, he's so he hits the deck.
He's on the money.
Yeah, he's going to make you play more often than not, by the looks of him.
I still don't think there are too many terrors in this pitch, though, Kevin, I have to say.
No, I mean, it's interesting. There's been a heavy roller today as well, isn't there? Which, you know, tends to sort of just quieten things down a little bit. We've got the new ball, of course, which is in only its 10th over. So, yeah, there's a little bit there, but you've got to find it, haven't you? There's a lovely drive through extra cover. It was over pitched there from Hadley, and Gubbins was in the perfect position on the front foot to execute that drive. Lovely shot.
Curse of the commentator there, wasn't it? Praising him how he's on the money, and then
that's the first one.
Great shot, though.
The first one he's got wrong, isn't it, Hadley? A little bit of width as well on that half volley, but nicely played. Nick Gubbins, who has been promoted to opening the batting this year, has been batting at 3 generally since his move from Middlesex. Has had a tidy start to the season. A 40 in the second innings here against Essex, a couple of 40s up in the up in Yorkshire, where Hampshire won that one, and an 83 in the second innings against Somerset. So a steady start from him. And he's on 17 currently, 30 without loss Hampshire as Hadley comes in. And bowls, Gubbins is forward. More runs here as it's just angled behind point. There's no third man. They may look for 3 here. They will. They'll comfortably get 3 as well. Gubbins moves on to 20 now, and it's 33 without loss.
They've run really well, haven't they, since they've come in?
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it's really hard when you've been in the field that long and watch batters sort of make hay, really, and it's tough over that length of time, and then to come in and the bowlers are fresh and they're working hard. I was just having a look. Hadley is just pointing something out there to one of the umpires. I wasn't quite sure. I only caught the back end of that on the feed.
He was pointed at something the previous over as well, wasn't he?
I'll keep an eye on that, if something on that. Yeah.
Was it near the crease again?
I don't know. He was looking he was looking over towards the left. I don't know if the umpire was standing there. I don't know. I didn't think anything of it until I've just seen it again there, and he's pointing something out as they were running.
Oh well.
I'll keep an eye on that, just in case there is something there.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind them digging up the pitch a bit.
Well, I don't think Hampshire want to be doing that.
No. So Van Hookten from the far end around the wicket to the left-hander Gubbins, who clips that away down to fine leg for 1. 34 without loss now. Gubbins on 21.
I think you're right, Rob. It does look a little gloomy out there, even with the lights on. Looks like there's a little bit heavier cloud that's moved across the ground since we had a restart.
Yes.
I think if I was one of those batters out there, I'd be keep looking up in the air, trying to give the umpires a hint.
I think I'd have a nudge of the umpire, yeah.
Where are you, ump?
Doesn't look good, does it? Van Hookten bowls over the wicket this time. Lovely drive as well, off drive from Albert, and that's going to go for 4 runs. It was half chased, but it was always had too much pace. 38 for no wicket, and
it's a strong shot outside the off stump,
wasn't it?
Just lent into that nicely. Nothing wrong with that shot at all.
At the moment, these two are coping really well. Long way to go, though.
Well, I'm sure if the umpires were thinking about the light, even if they are, they're looking at shots like that and saying, "Oh, batters can see it, no problem at all."
Catch 22, Van Hookten over the wicket, and that one did beat him. He was dabbling at that, was Albert. Went through to Chris Cook.
They just have straightened a fraction, that one. Oh, now the umpires are coming together. Always a player miss, that always gets the umpires thinking.
Well, Mason Crane might say, "I'll bowl." Yes, I'm going to look around. It has got heavier above, you have to say.
Well, they haven't got the light meter out yet, or are they about to? Oh, they're taking them off. Oh, they're going to go off.
I think they are. That'll be a disappointment to Kieran Carlson. And they are going off a bad light, and I wonder whether that might be it for today. We shall see. So, just 4 overs exactly we played after the rain break, and Hampshire have progressed fairly comfortably at 38 for no wicket.
They added 19. Started at 19 and added 19.
They have, yeah. Good symmetry about it. The light, one of the umpires just looking at the light meter now.
It's definitely gloomier. If we're just taking it from where we are, I think, Rob, I mean, I know maybe I'm a little bit biased because I want Hampshire to get off and
well, Kieran Carlson is just out there having a chat with one of the umpires now. He just walked back from the squad, who are very slowly making their way to the boundary. They're not going up the steps, though. They're
oh, I don't blame them.
Dropping big hints that they'll stay out.
Yeah, no, they want to play, and I don't blame them at all. If the roles were reversed, Hampshire would be doing the same.
Yeah.
I don't blame them whatsoever, and it's you know, there's no harm in asking the umpires. But I think even on the picture feed, you get the feeling that the lights are fairly bright and are actually having an effect. And what we're looking at is they might be having a bit of effect, but it still looks gloomy.
And there is a big grey cloud which has come across from the east side of the ground. Is that?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
the east side of the ground.
On the left, yeah. So they are taking a light meter reading at the moment.
I don't see it getting any better, if I'm honest.
No, oh, they're pulling the stumps out. No, I think that's going to be it. I can't see.
Yeah, I think
you're right. And they were pointing, I think when Kieran Carlson came out, they were pointing, look, this is where the weather's coming from, and look at those grey clouds, it's not going to improve.
Yeah.
So I think, and the ground staff now are running over towards the cover, so I'm just wondering if we might be getting a bit.
Rain.
Yeah, could well be. So, well, we had 4 overs. It was worth waiting 3 hours for one, wasn't it, Rob?
We made it all worthwhile, I think.
Here it is, yeah, there we go. So I think, whilst it's not official, I think we can almost say that we might not get any more play, but it's until we know for sure, then we will hang around. But Hampshire at 38 without loss.
Yeah, as the hover gets put into place.
Well, we'll take another break, shall we?
Yeah.
It might be an indefinite break until tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, but if not, rest assured we're primed and ready to go again.
Like a cold spring. See you later.
So, thanks again for your patience. We do have good news to bring you because the light has improved and we are going to restart at 6:25. So just 3 minutes or so from our restart time, 6:25. And when we do resume, we will have 5.3 overs remaining in the day. So 6:25 we will restart and we will have 5.3 overs remaining in the day. Umpires Ben Debenham and Mark Newell returning to the field.
So welcome back to the Utilita Bowl again, and we are going to eke out 5.5 overs late on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan declaring at 5:36 for 7, declared earlier today, and Hampshire had 6.5 overs before the rain came, and they reached 19 without loss. We then had a as good as 3-hour break. We then came back out for 4 overs, and then we went off again for bad light. And this latest break has been around about half an hour, and we've lost 7 overs in that time. We lost 35 overs over the 3 hours, which included a early tea break. So we've lost a total of 42 overs today. So Hampshire will resume on 38 without loss. Kevin James is still here. Gemma Green is still here, but we've given her the last 5.5 overs off because we're very good people like that. Rob Phillips is next to me from BBC Wales.
And thank you for that compliment. I don't get many. Yes, I can't imagine Tony Albert and Nick Gubbins were too thrilled about the prospect of facing another 5.3 overs, but here we are again, and in exactly the same situation as after the rain break. Tim van der Hoogten is halfway through an over.
Spooky.
It is.
I think we're going to get all these 5 and a bit overs in as well tonight, aren't we?
It's marginally brighter. Van der Hoogten in from the far end to Albert. Plays out on the offside to point. And collected by Zainul Hassan, who's already had a match to remember.
Yes.
The career best 143. Same slips with Ingram, Carlson and Tribe waiting as Van der Hoogten comes in again. Straight bat by Albert.
It's been interesting. The weather has sort of come from sort of 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock as we look. That's quite unusual for the situation here. So it's been a little bit more difficult to predict. But I think what's coming up is a cloud. But yeah, it's not dense. It's not heavy. So we should be all right.
Last ball of Van der Hoogten's 6th over. That goes past the bat. Straight through to Chris Cook. Glamorgan fielders running to their places again, and I'd imagine we will once again see the Australian Ryan Hadley from this end.
2 overs, none for 8. The New South Wales, or the man from New South Wales. Yeah, got the ball to. He gets the ball to hit the deck. Looks strong. Got the ball through nicely to Chris Cook. So he's got a potential 3 overs tonight on top of his 2 to date.
which are quite nice for bowlers.
Oh, perfect. You bowl in 2 or 3 overs.
Everything to
spells,
gain, nothing to lose.
3 overs, have a half an hour off. Gubbins drive was down through the vacant mid-off area. Beautiful shot. Just before they went off for the latest break, he hit a lovely shot off Hadley through extra cover. That was equally as good. Good position from Gubbins. If you're watching on the picture feed here.
And he really creamed that,
Lovely.
didn't he?
Lovely straight. Yeah. Ben Kellaway, who was a little wide of mid-off, had absolutely no chance. So Gubbins moves on to 25 from just 29 deliveries. Nice and positive. 42 without loss, Hampshire. Just the 494 to catch up with Glamorgan on the first innings. Here's Hadley again. Bowls, left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's not many left. Not many have braved the elements. Couple in the top tier of the pavilion opposite, and 1 or 2 in the Shane Warne stand, and a few stewards and us.
I think there's only one steward in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie to the left of the hotel, and that's it.
Yeah, and of course the faithful Glamorgan fans in their hotel, on their hotel balcony.
Yeah, lucky them. Hadley in to Gubbins. Gubbins plays it up to mid-on. Nice and straight bat once more. Yes, you've got to be a hardy soul to have stuck it out for 3 hours while it rained, and then watched 4 overs and then had to wait another half hour.
There's one man in the open seats there, look, just away from the scoreboard.
And there's not many. I don't know if there's any below. We can't quite see below.
No.
I mean, there's usually 1 or 2 below. Gemma can see. Gemma says there's 1 below us. Hadley again runs away from us. Bowls to Gubbins. Short. Gubbins ducks underneath. Good carry. Yeah, so not too many around. One would assume there's a few behind the glass in the pavilion area. And I don't know what's happened to the Hampshire Old players. I've not actually seen them. Either they're locked up in their room keeping warm,
or they've enjoyed the
most have gone.
hospitality.
Yeah, well, that would be the case for a few of them. Yes, you're watching the
Is
picture
that why
feed.
they're locked up in their room?
Yeah, won't let them out. You're watching the live picture feed. There you are. The 1 or 2 at best have stuck it out. I may yet see something exciting. Who knows?
No wickets yet.
Hadley comes in again and bowls. Gubbins drives. This time does pick out Kellaway at wide mid-off. So yeah, a bit sparse, I think it's fair to say.
But it's testing for supporters, isn't it? When you've got a long rain delay, and then a few overs, then bad lights, and you think in the end, do we really need to be late for our supper on a Saturday night?
I think I might have gone
when we
home.
can listen to Kevin and Rob on the stream and Gemma.
That's right, and they're nice and warm. Yeah, I think if I was here today, I might just have disappeared at some point early afternoon as Hadley comes in and bowls, and Gubbins flicks that away on the leg side, and that's through mid-wicket, and that's another lovely shot off the bat of Hampshire's left-handed batter, and Gubbins moves on to 29, and it's 46 without loss.
Well, they'll be pleased with their start, won't they, in this innings, because they've had difficult conditions. But one big shot for a caught behind, a sort of worthy shot for LBW, and that's just about been it.
There's the only 3 supporters up in the top tier of the Rob Brasgrove Pavilion, and they're the only 3.
It's a great shot. Camera panning out in the hope of seeing somebody else. As Van der Hoogten comes in for the new over, and that's cut away, but only as far as Ul Hassan at point, backward point. There's a backward gully there as well, and there is a fine leg, who's Ryan Hadley, a mid-wicket, a mid-on and a mid-off. Morgan looking to ask questions. with 3.5 overs to go. Van Hookten in, attempted drive again by Albert, but this time didn't really middle it. Dribbled into the offside, no run. Callaway there again. And Van Hookten walks back to his mark, will keep plugging away, and then he'll turn up tomorrow and do the same. So Van Hookten runs in now. It's allowed to go past the off stump. No run. Just checking my app for the weather tomorrow. It was pretty good today, wasn't it? It was.
It was. You were pretty. Yours was pretty good within a few minutes of.
It was
predicting what was going to happen.
Actually, yeah, it looks like a good day tomorrow now.
Ooh.
Chance of precipitation at the moment, 0.
Whoa.
That can change. Van Hookten in again to the right-handed Albert, who fends that down to Callaway once more, a short mid-off.
See, my app is so bad, it's showing 90%, 97% rain at the moment, which is
maybe I'm looking
clearly
the wrong place.
wrong. I'm clearly got a useless app. I really have. I've known that for quite a while, really. It's just that I can't be bothered to sort anything else out, but I'm probably going to have to. But then yours is probably about the best I've known, actually, Rob, if I'm honest. And when others that have other apps, they don't seem to be much accurate either.
No, it does have its moments. As Van Hookten runs in again past the umpire, attempted drive by Albert. Bit of batting and bit of pad in that. Bat first, so there were no appeals.
I don't know if it's me, but I think Glamorgan have bowled pretty well, to be fair, in the nearly 13 overs that we've had, spread over an awful long time. But I don't know, I think that heavy roller between the innings does seem to have just, I'll say that now and something will jump, but does seem to have calmed things down somewhat. Not totally, but somewhat.
Does rather. Van Hookten, last ball of his over. And a straight bat. A maiden by Tim Van Hookten. His 7th. He's one maiden, 0 for 23. And Hampshire progressed to 46 without loss.
And 3 overs to do now on day 2, which has seen about 42 overs lost. So almost half a day, really, which won't have been to Glamorgan's favour in terms of how far they are ahead of the game. They certainly don't need too much time taken out of the game from now on.
Well, they'll appreciate a full day tomorrow if they can get it, an extended day. Hadley in. Sorry, Kev.
That's all right, no, you're all right. I'm not precious. Driven back to him by Gubbins. Steve Clark says he's still here watching the game. I don't think there'll be, even if everybody emails me that's listening to this, or even just on the ground, I don't think there would be too many to read out.
No, but we do love to get the emails. I've said it before, that's what I love about commentating on cricket. The reaction is contemporaneous, as they used to say in my law exam.
Ooh, look at you. He's switching to round the wicket now is Ryan Hadley. Bowls to Gubbins once more, and foolish length, and Gubbins again drives through extra cover, and he'll get 4 runs. Well, he's been very good on anything that's been over-pitched, and every time that Hadley has over-pitched, there hasn't been that many, Gubbins has put him away.
Another nice shot by Gubbins. 50 up for Hampshire.
It's come up in the 14th over. It's been a solid start from these two. Gubbins has looked particularly impressive. Hope that's not the kiss of death. Extra cover there for Gubbins, as well as a mid-off and a cover point on that offside. Hadley bowls outside the off stump. Gubbins leaves alone. Kind of a predictable one, that one. I don't think Hadley was going to pitch it up quite so much.
No. He's Looking down at his boot. Don't think there's too much awry there.
Well, I think we can safely say that Glamorgan are going to be doing a lot of fielding for the rest of this game.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting to see. They've got spinners in their side, so they can afford a breather for their seamers. Here's Hadley, bowls and shortish, and Gubbins cuts that away, throw backward a point, and that's 4 more. Set up nicely there. And Gubbins moves on to 37 and is 54 without loss. Again, a bit of width. Nicely over the top of the bounce.
He's batting really nicely, isn't he? I wouldn't say gay abandon, but you can see what I mean. He's comfortable out there.
Yeah, he's just put away the bad ball, hasn't he? And he's had full value every time he's tried to do it. Sometimes it doesn't always come off. You always find the fielders, but here he's generally found the gaps. And to be fair, the field is set as you would probably expect from a side that's just scored 500. There are 3 slips.
Nothing yet their way.
No. That ball would have gathered a bit of moisture over the surface as well with that shot, and a few others before, as Hadley comes in again and bowls. Cummins leaves that one alone. That's a little closer to the off stump. Good take from Chris Cook, moving smartly to his right. Good carry as well again. 1 ball left of the 14th over, which means we'll only have 2 overs after this. The light is okay. In fact, if anything, it's probably the best it's been since about 2:30.
Yeah, you're right. Isn't it always the way?
It is, isn't it? Could be playing another hour, Rob.
I don't have a hotel room to go to, you know. Catch up with Kith and Kin on FaceTime.
Hadley in again to Gubbins and bowls. Short outside the off stump. Gubbins doesn't time that one this time. As it goes out, trickles out to point, and that's the end of the over. Hadley's bowled 4 overs, none for 24 now. And Hampshire are 54 without loss. Remember that follow-on target is 387. Yeah, just seeing the skies behind the hotel. Now, the weather doesn't usually come from there, so don't be too alarmed, or don't think, oh, it doesn't mean Hampshire will have to bat the last 2 overs. That's very rarely comes from behind. And there's your friends on the right.
The Wales flag, just above an advert. If they're listening, give them a wave, because you're on TV now. You're on the stream. As Van Hookton comes in again. Played away to the onside by Albert. No run. 54 for no loss.
Trevor Hillary's emailed. Still here, having an anniversary dinner in Beefies. Booked too early to see the last few overs.
School by error.
Yeah.
There's a wedding party downstairs, isn't there? I was very tempted, but work came first. Wouldn't be the first party I've joined in.
Really?
Yeah.
What,
yeah.
randomly?
Van der Hookton. And that's a lovely cover drive by Albert. He's going to get 4 for that as well. Callaway did chase momentarily, but knew it was a forlorn chase. The score goes up to 58. Albert moves to 25. Textbook cover drive, that one.
I have to say that this is, I don't want to put the knockers on this, but this is as solid opening partnership as I've seen from 2 Hampshire players for a while. There's been some lovely boundaries hit off the front and back foots by both players. Albert through the covers mainly. Gubbins, some lovely drives and a couple of nice cut shots.
Van der Hookton trying to break this partnership. Enough pace on that, slightly got up, but easy for Albert to avoid. Through to Cook.
So you've joined these parties randomly, have you?
Well, if I'm away at a football game overnight, there have been the odd occasion where you get invited in.
Do you?
Oh yeah, yeah. Not always wedding parties, sometimes birthday party or something like that.
Well, they just see you.
Well,
just say, do you want to fancy
hanging
coming
around the
along?
bar, and then you
Really?
start talking to people, and they say, "Oh, come and join us." Has happened, not very often.
Wow.
Because I don't drink much. Van der Hookton in again, and who's in ours? I think that was a good leave by Albert. Have a rule on a Friday before a Saturday football game. if I'm commentating. No more than one, possibly two, and that's it. And I don't mean double whiskies. If anything, because the voice goes if you drink a lot on a Friday night before a Saturday commentary, which is not very good in our game. As Van der Hoogten approaches again, that was almost got through that one. It was attempted forward drive by Tony Albert, and it just squeezed in between bat and pad and out to the offside. So the last ball for Tim Van der Hoogten today. He'll be back at work tomorrow. This is his 8th over. Comes in, bowls to Albert now, and is met with a forward defensive, just the boundary off that over. So Van der Hoogten finishes with 0 for 27 off his 8 overs, and I'd imagine it'll be, yes, Hadley gives his hat away. It'll be him to bowl the last over from this end, Kev.
Yep, just the 6 balls to do. If I was those 2 batters out in the middle, I'd be counting every single one of those down as well. But yeah, it's been a good comeback. It's only a small comeback, and there's a lot more work to do, of course, over the next 2 days. But you can only play what's in front of you, and it's an encouraging 15 overs from these 2 Hampshire batters.
Kieran Carlson has just had a chat with Ryan Hadley, and then he put in a man out, yeah, backward square on the boundary.
Can't believe that's a defensive measure.
No.
Don't know, do they think Gubbins is going to uppercut him or something? I don't know. We'll see. Here's Hadley around the wicket to Gubbins, and Gubbins leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Hadley got a bit excited about that one.
So he's got a fine leg and a sort of a wideish third man. It's an odd position to be.
Well, I can only think
that
that
left-hander.
I can only think that, you know, maybe bowler, well, captain maybe, because Carlson came up to Hadley and thinks, well, you know, there's no point in giving 4 runs away down there, but you know,
Carlson was the one pointing down there.
Yeah, he
so
was. Yeah, 478 runs ahead. I can't believe a couple of boundaries in the last over is going to make much difference. I mean, a gully might be maybe more preferable at this stage, but anyway. Here's Hadley. Bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives. That goes up to Kellaway at mid-off. It feels it's more defensive than anything.
It's a strange one. But then if he slices a cut to, I think it's Ul Hassan down there, then
that's right. I'll take
Kieran Carlson will be a genius.
Yeah.
He's already feeling good about himself. This maiden double century. He's legs apart and second slip at the moment.
4 balls left. Here's Hadley. Bowls. Gubbins drives. Doesn't time that one. Ball makes its way up to Kellaway once more. Well, not too many balls going to get down to third man at that length.
No.
Anyway, the sun's almost getting through some hazy cloud to finish off. Sun away to the right. There's a bit of hazy cloud passing it by. It's not quite getting through, but we're definitely getting the benefit of a bit of extra brightness.
The lights aren't as bright as they were, are they?
No, it's okay.
I'm intrigued by the different colours, though. One for tomorrow, maybe.
Is
when
it
we
the
do the
well, is it the
from the overs at 104?
Oh gosh, yeah. Is it the angle of the lights that we're seeing? Because they're all
could be.
Might be some of that. Gubbins leaves that one alone. That's fairly close to off stump, but it's a good leave. There's no real movement off the seam, so as long as you pick up the line okay, then judgment is pretty good. You don't obviously want one to nip back, but we haven't really seen that from Hadley yet.
No.
In fact, as I say, I go back to the heavy roller. It does seem as though there isn't too much as a batter to worry about, really.
They'll certainly hope there's more in it tomorrow, won't they?
Yeah.
or that it starts to fall apart a bit, but there's no sign of that, is there?
It doesn't really do that here.
No.
No, not really. Just gets slower. Gubbins just works off the back foot. I think he was trying to flick that away, but didn't quite work. Ball just makes its way out on the leg side, and we get down to the final ball of day 2 shortly.
Well, the way it's looked here, I think Mason Crane and Ben Kellaway might have busy afternoons.
Yeah. Whether there's much there for them, I don't know. I shouldn't think so. But we've seen Mason Crane a while away before down here. I just imagine he'll get a few overs in tomorrow, but I wouldn't expect there's too much out there for him. Right, here we go. Last ball. Hampshire 58 without loss. Here's Hadley around the wicket to Nick Gubbins and bowls, and Gubbins leaves that one alone. And that is it. We've lost a total of 42 overs today, and Hampshire close on 58 without loss.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan will be disappointed they didn't get a breakthrough in the gloomy part of the day. Of course, they'll be well happy with their 536 for 7 declared. Zainul Hassan, his highest score, 143. Kieran Carlson, 209, his maiden double century. Sean Dixon, 54 not out. Asa Tribe, 45. But they found life difficult in the field. Van Hoogten had 8 overs, no wickets, 1 maiden for 27 runs. Hadley, none for 24 in 5 overs, and McIlroy had a couple of overs without success too. So it's all on tomorrow now, when we hope to get a full day's play. There will be, 104 overs tomorrow, and so it's going to be a full day if you can get here or join us. But I think that'll just about do it from the Utilita Oval, where Hampshire, in reply to Glamorgan's 536 for 7, have ended the day on 58 without loss, with Tony Albert on 21 and Nick Gubbins unbeaten on 37. And that just about does it from Kevin James and myself, Rob Phillips. Hope to see you tomorrow.